7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Martin, look at the Stiefel dossier and adjust accordingly. It says, Burley got the bat, will join us tomorrow due to the twin bill today. Doug, I'm going to say it again.
Okay. All right.
Burley got the bat, will join us tomorrow due to the twin bill today. Stiefel dossier.
Okay, well, you can't really expect him to step away from batting practice to come do an interview with us, so that
I
makes
think
sense.
when you have an invite on this show, you seize the moment.
Okay.
I actually broke the news to him that the game was being canceled last night.
Oh, you did?
We're in the clubhouse, and I said, hey, you're supposed to be on tomorrow at 9:30, but with the doubleheader. He goes, what doubleheader? I said, well, tonight's game's getting canceled. He goes, is it? As far as I know, it is. I said, you're supposed to call in at 9:30. He goes, oh, that may not work. I said, well, we could go earlier if you'd like. He said, yeah, let me check on that. And I'm like, I'll just stay out of it now. So I said to Jackson, you may want to coordinate with the big league folks.
Yeah, and I did, and we'll have Burley on tomorrow.
Do you think it ever happens where a team has a day game and somebody forgets about it? One of the players thought it was
Just
at
at
night.
home.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Has it happened?
And then they get
Absolutely.
a phone call 30 minutes saying before the game saying, where are you? And they go, oh, God.
I think back in the day, and I'm going to go, how's this sound? 2010 and before, pre-phones, when players would go out and enjoy a libation. I think that absolutely happened. It might be tougher for it to happen in 2025 because oftentimes they might just be hanging out in the hotel room, swiping. Is it swiping left, Jackson, or swiping right?
Ooh, I don't. That's like the tough part of my brain. I don't know. I just
know left and right.
Give it, put it in my
part of your
hand.
brain.
And I would
That's something
figure
you
it.
usually learn at 30.
I know, but like it's swiping left. Is
Sorry?
good.
Chairman Kurt's still in that world.
Yeah.
Chairman Kirk,
Which
you
is
swipe
it?
left or right?
Right is the preferred
Okay.
direction.
Okay.
And what if you swipe left? What does that mean? Not
See
for
ya.
you, Jackson. You look
Not
like you-
interested.
See ya.
Okay.
Jackson's really workshopping
That's a
this.
tough
If you're
part of
watching
his
on
brain.
YouTube, you're being handsomely rewarded.
Swipe left isn't see ya. Swipe right.
Raise
is
your left
there.
hand. Jackson,
Right
raise
is
your
right.
left hand. Okay.
Yeah.
that?
That's see ya.
I was a little
And
concerned.
The right is how you doing.
Speaking of that, when Doc Ellis, they talk about the Doc Ellis acid game where he threw the no-hitter, or he says about it. I think he forgot he was pitching that day, or he forgot he was pitching.
yeah.
I don't know if he forgot they had a game, but he claims that he forgot that he was pitching.
He didn't know when he showed up to Three Rivers.
Yeah, and yeah.
So
Yes.
he did all the drugs thing, and I'm just going to chill in the bullpen.
Yeah, I think it was
Oh,
in.
crap,
I
I'm
think,
pitching.
Yeah, I think it was in San Diego. I think it was a road game,
Okay.
and I think he thought he wasn't pitching that day, or maybe wasn't even playing that day.
It never happens. That comes from Marcelo Zuna's alarm clock. How about that? What are the chances that we actually have somebody saved in the text inbox as Marcelo Zuna's alarm clock? And alas, Marcelo Zuna's alarm clock texts in to let us know that it never happens when a player forgets about a game. It did happen with friend of Western Illinois, Marcelo Zuna. Speaking of which, today and tomorrow, you have the opportunity, and I'm looking in here now, I'd say about 30% of the texters so far to start the show do not have names saved. You want your name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Text 314-399-9646. And this gentleman right here, he might not know left from right, but he knows how to enter in a new name in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Right.
And you got till 11 o'clock tomorrow, and then I'm sorry, you will not have another opportunity to do it until July 1st. Do it now.
Okay.
We got breaking news, Martin, and it's hard to have it when there aren't any teams playing the night before, and it's a twin bill today. But Doug Vaughn has breaking news regarding the Real Housewives of TMA.
We have been told by management that it's a go. That we can do this.
Green light.
Boom. We call that the green light. Papers.
That's green lit. We are green lit, baby.
Yeah.
So this is not messing around.
This is Doug
Shtick.
actually met with Tommy Mattern, our boss, head of operations here at Hubbard Radio, St. Louis, friend of the program, and you made your pitch.
It wasn't much of a pitch. I just said, what do you think of that? He goes, yeah, that sounds fun. Let's do it.
Boom. Sometimes that's all it takes.
Yeah.
So what's the process, Doug?
Well, I guess we need to workship that. If
Okay.
we need people maybe to send in a little short video on the text line or email it in to us or somehow.
You think that's the best way? Doug and I were talking about this before you were in here, that might be the best way, giving the text option and the email. Now, we know that the email, we see it with certainty. The text, there are so many texts that perhaps something could slip through. But Chairman Kurt, do you have the Air Comfort Service text inbox up?
I do not.
Okay. Does Jackson still have you frozen out?
I don't know if it's intentional, but yeah.
It's not.
What do you think, Papers? I mean, you wear the C on your sweater. This guy has a heavy sweater over there.
Oh, gosh.
I think actually doing a dedicated email address for this, like TMA, I don't want to give it away in it being wrong, but like something at gmail.com, like TMAhousewives
How
at
about
gmail.com.
111?
Like a dedicated email that's only for applications for this. I can draft that up before the 8 o'clock hour starts.
And Doug, what's the vetting process? What are you looking for as the executive producer?
We always knew we wanted to do the auditions on the patio at Brio for Sunday brunch with mimosas.
I guess we need to look for legitimate listeners to the program and some that have some personality. A little sparkle would be nice.
I think we pitch it to
Argumentative?
Nyack right away.
Yeah. You don't have to have plastic surgery to be on it. I had never really seen much of the Real Housewives shows. So
Really good.
So I watched some on YouTube. It was some of the most disgusting television I've ever seen in my life.
And that's what we knew we
Oh my
had to do.
God, yeah.
Yeah, you're
So
really
I knew it was
selling our
meant for-
version, Doug.
I knew it was meant for us.
Did Andy Cohen invent it? I know it was
I don't
his
Parkway Central
operation.
product?
Is he Parkway Central?
Papers?
Channel 4 intern.
Andy Cohen? I think he's Clayton.
Is he Clayton?
I think so.
That sounds right.
I thought he was Clayton.
And that means he's a Bronco?
Greyhound.
What about Broncos?
What's the Bronco?
Central is a
Bayless.
Bayless.
Are they Broncos?
Did he go to Bayless for a year?
I don't think he went to Bayless.
You never know.
Colin Firth went to Hazelwood West
Did he really?
for a minute.
Oh, you just,
Colin
you
Firth?
just activated
Have we not
goodorbad.com.
talked about this? We
This guy
talked
doesn't
about
know
this.
left from right this morning.
But Colin Firth, your antenna went up.
Really?
Yeah, it was like Dad worked here or something weird.
That's interesting. Wow.
From the King's speech.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Seen
You're
the picture.
aware.
Oh,
Look
yeah.
it up. Look it up.
All right. No, hey, I believe you.
Harry Carey, Webster Groves?
That's right.
Statesman or Broncos.
No, that's Bayless.
David Hartman go to Webster. God, remember that? The host of Good Morning America.
Yeah. I didn't
Stone
realize he
Phillips, Parkway West.
Yes,
Nurse.
that's true. Yes,
Yeah,
that's
because you
true.
got Scotty Highmark,
Scott Bakula,
Lane
Kirkwood.
Gabbard, Chip Carey.
It's a pretty
Stone
good Mount
Phillips,
Rushmore we're
yeah,
starting out.
Yeah.
I think William Webster, head of the FBI for a while. I think
that
he was
right?
a Webster guy.
Which high school has the best Mount Rushmore of famous graduates? Go.
Webster's going to be tough to beat.
Harry
Chaminade.
Carey. Jackson immediately went to Chaminade with 3 members of the association.
I bet,
Ben Bishop.
I bet MICDS
And Ben Bishop, nice play.
and Burroughs could probably come up with a pretty good Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, Burroughs would be really good.
MICDS also.
Tim, where'd you graduate from?
Oh, stop it.
Here we go.
Jackson, who's your Mount Rushmore from Burroughs?
John Hamm.
Ham, Ezekiel Elliott.
Zeke. Ellie Kemper.
She's Burroughs?
Yeah.
Was she the one that Ham taught?
Yes.
I think you're right. Yeah, nice.
Ellie Kemper, and then
Scott Van Slyke played in the majors for.
he went
And
to
had a
Burroughs
stare down with Joe
think he
Kelly
did.
before Game 6 of the
Yes.
2013 NLCS.
for sure. Then Scott Vince yeah, that's a really
There's
good.
probably some major business leaders and lawyers that we're forgetting.
probably some people
Doctors,
who
people who are curing cancer.
very
that kind of thing.
impactful people.
Mm-hmm.
that
By the
maybe
way,
don't get
David
recognition.
Hartman's still alive, Doug.
Is he really? He's got to be 90 something.
90. And I don't know. I can't find anything that says he went to Webster, but I swear.
He was a big star and then just kind of disappeared, just kind of fell off the face of the map.
Colin Firth lived in St. Louis, Missouri when he was 11, at which he described as a difficult time.
Oh, no.
That's the Terrell Davis version of St. Louis. I'll never forget that.
Guys, Charlize Theron went to Rittner. That's from the New Palooza. I had no idea.
Jerry Royce did, and so did Ron Hunt, 2 major leaguers. Those are Rittner Huskies.
Edwardsville, Laurie Metcalf. Come on. That's from Lisa, and she's a gem.
Okay.
My brother and sister went to Edwardsville.
So there's 3 for the Mount
Yeah.
Rushmore. Sam Altman, who created OpenAI, is a John Burroughs grad. Yeah, we probably should make sure he's on the Mount Rushmore.
He went to Burroughs?
Might be one of the most impactful human beings of the 21st century. Maybe he needs to get on there.
Okay.
I didn't
Was
realize
that on
he
Van
was-
Slyke?
Yeah. Sorry.
He didn't have a stare down in the NLCS.
Right. No Scott Bakula mention?
I did. I mentioned he went to Kirkwood.
All right.
Okay, go ahead.
I was
Let's
going to
move on.
say, I think having the text inbox as a, Martin, I think you like this term, vehicle for the videos simplifies the process. And then when we see them, we can take them and then forward them to your Gmail address.
I respect that. If we go with that, fine by me. Two things. One, it might get lost in the shuffle. B, and this is going to sound pretentious,
Anytime it goes 1 and B, I'm concerned.
We don't need an outline form.
Fair. The second thing is the text line's video player.
Oh,
not
is
great.
that right?
Yeah, you're
Not
gonna lose quality through this.
big
that
time.
right?
Big
Yeah.
time. Yeah, it's not great. So I think I'm
Then what about just doing the what the hell's the email?
email a
address?
day. Yeah,
The
morning after it inside
STL.
Yeah, we can just go
Isn't
roll
that
with
easier?
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
You don't have to, okay.
The morning
All right.
after.
So if you want to be on what is actually now happening, Doug Vaughn was greenlit yesterday. What a moment. It's like George Lucas and Spielberg.
Well, I don't know.
If you want to be on The Real Housewives of TMA, and how many ladies are going to be on the show? What is our budget?
We've got no budget.
Nice. I like where we
Pays
are.
it pays nothing.
Pre-revenue.
It's pre-revenue. It's another Jackson Burkett pre-revenue vehicle. The morning after at InsideSTL.com, and we're looking for some kind of video clip letting us know why you should be cast. And then what the auditions are taking place at Brio on the patio during Sunday brunch?
I don't know. We haven't done that yet. As a nonprofit, we're not that well organized.
Yeah, I think we're currently set up as a 501c3.
But maybe if you shoot it horizontally with your camera instead of vertically, so that if it gets used on YouTube or Instagram, it covers the whole frame.
Yeah, and does the submission, does it go without saying that if you submit something, you're open to being used on our channels and
Yeah,
whatnot?
Tommy said we need a little release to have people sign.
Gotcha.
And did you have counsel construct that?
I haven't, no. I just thought of it when I came back to the station this morning.
But for those who aren't aware, there is a video department here in this building, so
Yes.
they have the capabilities.
Yeah, they can do fancy
The
stuff.
set for the spread zone, which little Jackie Papers came on, and you ought to watch it and listen to it because Papers went 14-2 on his basketball plays during the NCAA tournament, and I'm just tailing them all out. The set is absurdly quality, and there is now a video/digital department here that will be participating in making this first-class presentation. Real Housewives of TMA, Sharon and Clayton, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, the self-made stay-at-home Laduma. I can't wait to see
Him. We asked that they be females. Although nowadays, I guess you can't discriminate against
I think that
anyone.
could be the big reveal on the next episode. Meet the stay-at-home, self-made Laduma.
I think so.
Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TMA.
Okay, got a show.
I'll be on the Housewives. I'm hot. Tee-hee. That's from Stephanie in Wildwood. I should note that it comes from Steve in Wildwood's account, though.
Oh, you think it's the same guy?
Well, based on
Yeah.
the text history.
5,000 previous texts. Yes. By the way, clarification, David Hartman, the actor and newsman, played a role where he was a teacher in a Webster
Lucas
Grove.
Tanner?
Yeah, so that show, Lucas Tanner,
Yeah.
was based
in Webster. That's where
based
you
in
got that
Webster.
from. yeah.
Sorry, I would recant that.
Okay.
So there's a spot open on the Webster Groves, Mount Rushmore. Sam Ivey, perhaps.
Well, Gary Kornfeld, who made the biggest mistake of his career in cutting me from the freshman basketball team at St. Louis U High, has texted me and says, Iggy would have had this solved 15 minutes ago. Hall of Famer Brentwood High School would have no problem solving this issue, and he is not happy that we're workshopping it right here on the program.
Okay. And he's the guy that cut you from basketball. He never made it to the NBA, did he? Rest my case.
Iggy made an observation in the YouTube chat that
He's in the YouTube chat?
the Real Housewives of TMA go, Meet the Hubbards, no go. That was his pitch for a show back in the day and couldn't get it off the ground.
Okay. Well, you never know what's going to hit and what's not. It's worth a shot.
Oh, it's more than worth a shot.
We'll run it up the flagpole.
You did. You got
did.
greenlit.
Okay.
So now what, Doug?
Now we got work to do.
Sharon and Clayton, it's the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And any other ladies who would like to participate, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jackson, how long do you think the video should be? What do you think is the right length? You can just hold up the phone and just send
In
it.
terms of an application,
Aye.
2 minutes or less.
I think that's probably right.
Yeah, 2 minutes would probably be long.
Yeah.
We get an idea pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Like, this gal's got some sass.
30 seconds to 2 minutes.
Just on why you think you'd be a good member. All right.
Tom Selleck went to Melville. That's from the Big Show.
No, he did not. He did not.
I think the Stone Phillips Parkway West is like a sleeper. Never thought of him as a St. Louis guy.
Yeah.
And then he just disappeared.
I think Chip Carey went to Parkway West.
Yes, as mentioned.
So Parkway West is live for the Mount
Oh, yeah.
Rushmore. I do think it's going to be tough to beat John Burroughs upon further review. But I would have to imagine the MICDS Mount Rushmore is pretty rock solid as well.
Joe Buck.
You know?
Jennings.
Jay? Went to Ladue.
He's Horton
Martin
Watkins.
Watkins. Boy. I don't know if I can go much more on that MICDS. I don't know anymore. Oh, Sterling K. Brown.
Sterling K. Brown.
Yeah.
Kirkwood's got Scott Bakula, Lyle Wagner, who was on the Carol Burnett Show for years,
Doug Vaughn.
Nikki Glazer, and
Doug.
maybe Jeremy Macklin.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's a
that's
pretty
pretty
nice
good.
Mount Rushmore.
Really good.
That's a pretty
How
nice
about the
Mount
BYU
Rushmore.
football coach randomly went to Kirk?
That's
Yeah, that is one of the more random ones. Vincent Price, MICDS.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Right. Throw him in there.
Senator Thomas Eagleton.
Oh, that's a good one.
Jack Danforth.
Yeah.
Another good one.
Bill DeWitt, the chairman of your St. Louis Cardinals. That's a pretty nice MICDS Mount Rushmore.
It's almost as if they have wealthy families,
Smart
and then
guys,
they
yeah.
come out of there and they're successful.
I don't understand.
You got a good blueprint going there.
Where'd Yogi Berra go to high school? That's from Lisa,
St.
who
Mary's.
Jackson describes as a gem. Is that right? Mm-hmm. She's got Yuri Collins, Yogi Berra,
Joe Garagiola probably went there, I
a
think.
number of guys who wanted to
Francis
kick my ass
Slay.
across the street at Francis Park while drinking Mad Dog. We can just
They
have
would
them
just sit there
represent.
across the street drinking, threatening to kick your ass.
Yeah, there was a table. I think it's still there. That was used often for a variety of purposes, late on Friday nights and Saturday nights, and I'd be fresh off my shift bussing tables at Pietro's, and I was viewed as a threat or just an easy target. Take your pick.
I'm going to go with the latter.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. And I'd come home smelling of pasta and cigarettes, and they wanted a piece of me.
Did they ever get it?
No, I went running into the house.
I'm wearing white belts, so I'm more of a high-class style guy.
No fats on TMA Housewives.
Oh, gosh.
Some man love, and is he going to be in the casting process?
Well, anybody's eligible, I guess.
right.
We'll take a look at that audition tape.
Yakov Smirnoff went to DeSmet?
Didn't.
These things true?
He didn't.
See, right after Frank.
Steve Stepanovich, I guess, would be the pride of DeSmet, right?
Oh, yeah.
Number 2 overall pick.
Yeah, they have a pretty good Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
Martin, what is your CBC Mount Rushmore? Larry Hughes.
Mike Shannon.
Big Irish.
Mike Peters was really prominent. He wrote a comic strip called Mother Goose and Grimm that was rather prominent. He used to be on the Today Show.
I feel like we're missing an obvious one.
Joey Vitale didn't go there, did he?
He did. A little awkward that I didn't mention him
Yeah.
right out of the
that
gate.
could be
Do
tough.
they have to be? I think we're all going pro athletes. This is a sports show in theory.
Those are just the ones we know.
And then there are successful business types.
Yeah.
as
Did the
well.
Bomeritos go there?
John Bomarito. That was a Buick dealership back in the day. And
Was it really?
Under John's watch, it just exploded.
Yeah, now it's everything.
I'm looking at CBC famous alumni, and Martin, you're listed on there.
How about that?
Oh, that's-
How about that?
Texter said Matt Vierling, who's playing
Oh,
for
yeah.
the Detroit Tigers, was on the Phillies against the Cardinals back in 2022. How did this happen? Is it my fault?
Chaminade's going to be tough to beat for athletes.
Oh my gosh!
With Tatum and Beal and the Kachucks, did they both
When they
graduate?
went
or
there
did
for
they
a
move up
while, I don't think they finished there. But David Lee had a great NBA run.
to Brady
And
Cook?
as papers mentioned, Ben Bishop.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
The plumber wants us to know that Patty Maroon and I went to Oakville.
Maroon did.
What about the plumber?
I don't know about the
Well, I
plumber.
like David Sanborn Kirkwood, the great jazz musician.
Yeah.
Well, I'm telling you, this Kirkwood's really making a case.
really
Is it
coming
going
up.
to clip Burroughs? I don't know. I think it's going to be tough to clip Burroughs.
It is.
I feel like Burroughs is going to be at the top.
Kirkwood also had Greg Warren. So we got funnier
Yeah.
people between Warren and Nikki
Nikki
Glaser.
Glaser, you know. Scott Bakula can do a wonderful roast.
Do you remember, Tim, when his brother called in? Scott Bakula? He was at a Cardinal batting practice. And we were just kind of
This was on the morning grind?
Yes, and we were poking fun at the skipper for having random friends. And we made just like an offhanded joke. Oh, yeah, it was Scott Bakula. And his brother called in.
Brad?
I may have been Brad.
Brad is his brother.
He was mad because we made light of the fact that it was Scott Bakula at batting practice. We were just jacking around.
He wasn't
And
happy with it?
That's a real moment.
Like he was legitimately unhappy?
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, I know him. I know him well. He coached my son's baseball team.
I ask him. I think he could verify. Because we were just poking fun at all the skippers.
The random, it was the early 2000s, and I have no idea why. Kind of random, especially I was 23, 24. Bruce Hornsby was down at batting practice. Doug, you might remember him from Bruce Hornsby and the Range, Mandolin Rain. That's just the way it is. And you always say Tupac sampled that for
I've never
changes.
said who sampled what.
And he would tour with the Grateful Dead, and Deadheads called him Spider Fingers because he could play the piano like nobody's business. And I was a fan, and I was just BSing with him. Saw him before the game, saw him after the game. We were talking, and walked out of the ballpark together. And he's just wandering around. I said, he goes, "Hey, you wouldn't mind giving me a ride back to the hotel?" And I go, "Sure, no problem." But he didn't realize how close the hotel was to the ballpark. And I thought to myself, how random is this that Bruce Hornsby asked me to give him a ride back to the hotel only because he's friends with the manager of the baseball team. But that's the way that it was down at Busch Stadium. Tony somehow had this list of celebrities who would come through town, and if they were baseball fans, they'd be able to get up close and personal with what at the time was one of the best teams in the game.
And they would just be at the cage hanging out.
Yes, just at the cage, just leaning on the cage, just like another manager.
There'd usually be a guy pushing 60 in tight jeans with long black hair, and the hair may have been dyed.
Could have been.
And you'd always say, "Who's that?" Like, "Yeah, man, Deep Purple's in town." And you're like, "Oh, are they?" And it would be like the drummer or the bassist for one of the bands in town.
He knows everybody, that's for sure.
Guys, Jack Dorsey went to DeBerg. That's from Dino Bravo.
Yep.
It's a
Fear the
wonderful
Cavalier.
wrestler. Yeah, I mean, now we got to look at that. I mean, if we're going to talk Sam Altman and Burroughs, got to talk Jack Dorsey and DB Proud.
Did any of the DeBerg toughs stare you down at Francis Park?
Yeah, that's where they would go to scrap, and then maybe they would be lingering after their scrap with the St. Mary's guys, and they'd want a piece of
They'd all want a piece of you.
Yeah. Because
And
if you can take
run.
me down, you can take down anybody.
For the text line, Tim, Butch Patrick had a cup of coffee at DeBerg.
See? All right, so we've got Jack Dorsey, Butch Patrick. Can't believe that cutie Doug forgot about WWE superstar Randy Orton of Hazelwood Central. That's from the 314.
Well, I couldn't come up with three more Hazelwood Central, Mount Rushmore eligible people. I'm sure
Pat
they're out there.
Schumacher, center for Mizzou.
Oh, yeah,
Remember that
nice.
back in the day. Did Kerry Davis go to Hazelwood Central? We should know our
he may have.
teammates
Certainly
here.
coached for Hazelwood Central.
It used to
Yeah.
just be Hazelwood.
Guys, Becky Queen of Carpet went to Villa. That's from Adonis Jordan,
don't
who I believe
think
was on
so.
the 88 Kansas Danny and the Miracles team. Am I right on that? They beat Oklahoma and Mookie Blaylock. Kind of a surprise. What seed were they?
I don't know.
Got to do show prep, man.
I just
Got
don't.
to do show prep.
CD went to Hazelwood Central. Kerry Davis.
No, don't just say CD.
That's what people call him.
Okay, but our listeners might not know that.
Well, come on. He's on the station. That's a little different than me saying someone else.
Turn it on 101 and break off the knob. Remember they used to say that?
Oh, is that right?
Not at 101, but FM, they'd say, turn it on and break off the knob. In other words, you never need another channel. By the way, Lensman Jake yesterday, we're driving down to the stadium right as the storms are kicking. Sirens are going off, and Jake had it locked on KC95. He is a loyal, so he's supporting Hubbard. And I said, love me some KC95. But maybe we should tune into the weather since it looked like the whole city was about to be ripped apart again.
I was here. Jackson and I did, we did the spread zone. Then we did QFTA. I took 2 hours of Jackson's life and did QFTA yesterday, Tim McKernan Show podcast. And what is the title of yesterday's episode?
Hi ho, Silver. I'm on the Sibian.
That's the episode
my
yesterday.
word.
I was uncomfortable with the way you spelled hi ho.
I looked it up, And
Hey, Doug, how would you spell hi-ho?
Hiho. Hi ho.
but I was looking it up, and like the hi in hi ho, I saw was Heigah.
Doug, do you have a problem with it?
It's overthinking the word.
Well, so I'll peek behind the curtain. My mother, 40-plus year newspaper writer and editor, I'll sometimes text her for some grammar questions, but I thought, hi-ho, Silver, I'm on the Sibian. I'll probably just keep this one to myself.
You didn't want to share that with Mom?
I'll figure it out on my own self. So
How did you spell it?
Heigh. Hi.
What?
That's like the old West way of spelling hi-ho.
Why?
That's how John Wayne would spell.
Hi-ho, song by the Dwarf Chorus, by the Seven Dwarfs.
That's close to home.
That's what I was seeing. I don't know what to say.
So don't be confused when you see the hi and hi-ho spelled Heigh. Hi-ho, I'm on my Sibian. It's the you're on the right episode.
Okay.
It might throw you off. And we got done doing that. I was ready to go for 4 full hours, and Jackson goes, "I'm sorry, I have to pee."
Gosh.
And
That's
I
how it
realized
Is that how
this.
the show ends?
It does. And I realized this, and then we walk out and we're BSing after doing the show, and then I just walk right into the bathroom after you had just said how badly you need to pee.
Yeah.
I mean, I C-blocked you on the Little Wizards
It's okay.
room.
I took a little walk down to the other restroom.
Yeah, but I mean, you were really hurting.
It's okay. I have learned to hold my urine unlike anyone else.
So we don't have to get you astronaut underwear?
No, or a stadium buddy or something like that.
So, Tim, the whole shtick here that it's all about you, it actually is all
It's
about you.
absolutely all
so
about
the
me.
producer says, I
there's
got
no
to
shtick.
Jackson's like, I just got to go to the bathroom. We got to
And
wrap
I
the
just
show.
walk out and we're talking about something,
you
and then I
go
just
right
wander into the bathroom. And I'm like, and as I got my ween out, I thought to myself, Jackson's supposed to be in here. And I invited him in to cross streams.
Is that when that's when you texted me, Jackson, said, Tim, such an ass.
Yes.
I think you used
That's on repeat.
Or a semicolon.
It's on repeat. So then I go back into the studio after C-Block and Jackson on the Little Wizards room, and 10 minutes later, Hubbard St. Louis radio market manager John Kiowski knocks on the TMA studio door and says, "Hey, we got to get out of here." And I had no idea that the tornado sirens are going off. You know, you're in these soundproof studios,
Right.
And we both would like the win. So you were probably on the road at the exact
It was
time. that
right around
going on.
3 o'clock.
Yes.
And I think Chris Higgins was in the weather department, and I just kind of ran through the studio. I was about to tape something, and they were all frantic. I think it caught everybody off guard.
Yes.
I think they knew there could be some rain or storms, but all of a sudden the sirens out west, the sirens in the city also going off. Yeah, it was a little chaotic there. But Lensman Jake, loyal to the Hubbard brand.
Loyal to the soil.
And I said, I love me some KG95, but if we're going to get blown off the map, maybe I'll listen to REO tomorrow. Let's just be safe. And luckily, everybody is safe and sound, right? Okay.
Doug, Mark wants to workshop Real Housewives of TMA with you. I don't know if this is a potential co-producer. This could be a great opportunity. I know you're looking to add on some, best boys?
Sure.
Mark, you are on the Callier and Thompson phone lines with producer Doug Vaughn.
Morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Mark.
So, Doug, you seem a little depressed that you got to do more work with this show. You don't seem too excited about it.
Oh, no, I'm not depressed at all. I think it'll be fun.
Awesome. So, Cardinals are hurting for attendance. You think you could work with Mo and maybe have a Real Housewives show out in the bleachers or something out there?
Well, that might be something down the road we'd look into.
Like an episode on location.
Could be.
Nice.
Yeah.
The girls go to the ball game next week.
Yeah.
Might even have auditions out there.
Well, I don't know that the Cardinals will be up for that. I'm not sure how many auditions we're actually going to have.
Got to get more people in the stands,
Okay. Well,
So you're trying to tie it in with the ballpark,
Cardinal attendance.
getting people down to the game.
not a bad idea.
You guys are... Doug, you've been all about getting people in the seats, butts in the seats, and I think that's going to get some people there.
Okay, all right. We'll consider this.
Why are you yelling?
Well, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah.
Doug,
What now?
I got a specific question for you, Doug. You planted some tall fescue back in October. And I did the same thing, and now I got some nutsedge and some broadleaf weeds. How are you taking care of that?
Oh, well, I have Green Envy take care of that for me. I don't have to lay down fertilizer or anything. They just come out and do it. I don't know what they put on it, but it works.
I thought you were a man that did things on your own.
Well, something I can put down a little grass seed. Yeah, but I don't know exactly when to put the fertilizer, exactly how much, how often. So I leave that to the pros.
Mark, it seems like, are you here to poke Doug? It seems like he's got you in the crosshairs, Doug.
I got a wide berth because is Tim taking questions?
I am taking questions. Doug is not, although you did answer the question about the fescue.
A couple, yeah.
Well, I got a problem, Tim, and I'm getting ready to have a kid this summer. And I was thinking about naming him Tim, after you, the greatness.
That's the right thing to do, Doug.
But the issue here, though, Tim, is I got a family member that's also named Tim, and I don't want them to get the wrong idea.
So what do you do?
I don't follow. I'm sorry, Mark. I don't follow the question.
Well, I don't want them to get it confused to be named after, a family member.
Got it. I see.
I don't want that confusion to happen.
Well, I think you do something informal, like make sure your child's name is Timothy Michael, and then that way that would most likely distinguish, and then also be tribute to the proper person, which of course is me.
Well, I got to raise my child.
Uncle Mike too.
Okay. Maybe just name him McKernan instead of Tim.
Yeah, that's not bad. It's not bad.
Okay.
I'll take that under consideration.
Did you just put a bullet? No, you didn't.
No, you keep going, bro.
Anything else?
Well, I'm mostly a podcast listener. This is coming from a few weeks back, I believe. But you guys are talking about KG dating apps, I believe. I had something I wanted to call him out on.
Okay.
He's going around the dais, Tim. He's working his way
It's like the
around
opening of a
the
roast.
dais.
Well, go ahead.
KG had mentioned dodging a bullet or something with a girl who didn't like his height.
Yeah.
And did he put his height in there, or is he, kind of leaving that off? And then the other part to that was he doesn't like kids, but's wanting to use his nephew kind of as a crutch to boost that up. Is he the bullet in the situation?
Huh.
Chairman Kurt, these are questions for you now.
Am I what in this situation, Mark?
Well, you had mentioned you might have dodged a bullet with the girl who didn't like your height. And you mentioned you don't really like kids, but you were potentially, using the nephew maybe to post some pictures, boost up the numbers.
Yeah.
But 30 minutes ago, you guys were chatting about iced tea.
Bullet in this situation?
Yeah, Mark, I guess I'm the bullet, Mark. Hit
Where's
the
the
buzzer
buzzer?
on this guy.
Chairman Kurt.
I want the Elliot Davis version of but please. Yes, Mayor, I'm sorry. I had a question about tornado. Elliot, can you turn that off? Okay. I had a question about the tornadoes. Elliot. Okay, thank you, Mark.
I mean, the intensity of the anger in the Air Comfort Service text line directed toward Mark, Doug. Oh, my goodness.
That was a struggle.
Phone lines can be poisonous.
Strong call.
There's the Charlie Marlowe AI that you like, Martin. Swallow all the battery acid that has ever been made, Mark. That's from Cloyd Bigsby.
Boy, that seemed harsh.
Like 8 straight scrolls.
It's broken the text inbox. They're still coming in from 2 minutes ago.
A lot of toaster and bath references.
Well, we appreciate the call.
Oh, for sure. Thank you, Mark.
The best part of this call is how much Martin hates it. That's from Steven Time. Get this mother effer off the air. Drink bleach, Mark! Why, Doug, you call into the program, you make your way around the dais,
Right.
and the audience is just raging the entire...
You better have your questions or your take nailed down.
I thought he was working up to. I thought he was going to say something kind of innuendo-esque towards Doug.
I was waiting for it the whole
I thought
time.
we were working up towards something.
He
and
might have been, but you gotta know when your time is right.
Well, after 5 minutes, we hadn't gotten there.
Yeah.
So I think the next caller, and we encourage you to call in, the bar is low. So
Right,
now,
yeah, this is the time to come in. This is the time to come in. Comedy is hard, but good try, Mark. Now reward reward yourself by putting on some cinder block shoes and taking a swim in the Mississippi. Doug, that's Carlos Spicy Wiener with his thoughts.
Cinder block shoes. There'd be little straps that come over the top of them.
Yeah, I think that's what he's looking for. Sharon and Clayton has responded to Doug's announcement that the show, The Real Housewives of TMA, has been greenlit by Hubbard Radio Management. And I don't know if this deal is done that Sharon is in. It sounds like there might be a negotiation going on, and Doug, you're going to have to respond. That's coming up, and you also are welcome to call in. And now would be the time to do it because you get to follow Mark's call 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. You have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 172 friends have gathered. Chairman Kurt is in there, and you can talk it over with him. And Iggy is in there as well. It's youtube.com/TMASTL. The program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. is Jackson's music theme, Doug? Alanis Morissette. Is this 96?
I don't know the years, Tim.
Canadian artist.
Bang.
Wow.
Attaboy, Martin.
We're
that what it was?
We're going to hear Rush.
Yeah. Yeah.
Celine Dion.
Celine Dion. of
BTO,
course.
Neil
BTO.
Young.
Neil Young, the band.
Gordon Lightfoot.
Gordon Lightfoot.
Drake.
Drizzy Drake, The Weeknd. Yeah, in honor of the Oilers' Game 1 win last night. And Shea
This guy.
Gilgeous-Alexander embarking on Game 1 tonight. The Canadian artists.
Jackie Papers on the Spread Zone yesterday let Anthony Stalter Rizzuto and I know that he was going to make a bet on Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals, and that bet was no goals in the first 10 minutes, just to get a quick hit of dopamine, just like an addict. And you were handsomely rewarded with about 60 seconds worth of a sweat.
Didn't work. Got to shoot to score, though.
Yeah.
Unless you're betting no goals in the first 10 minutes, then please do not shoot to score.
Correct. That's correct. Yeah, that was a Jim Dandy. 3-1 Panthers. Paul Maurice and the Panthers had been 31-0 leading after just the first period, much less the second period. And not only do they blow that 2-goal lead, they then lose it in the, Doug, do you like this term, waning seconds?
I don't mind it. Yeah.
Of the first overtime, and the Oil is 3 wins away from bringing the chalice back to America's hat. Here's a call of a Jim Dandy of a game winner featuring 2 of the game's best offensive players, putting Edmonton up 1-0.
Remaining in the first overtime. Here's McDavid. Out for Nugent Hopkins. Out of the point, Bouchard. Nugent Hopkins with it. Here's McDavid. Out in front. Score! Leon Draisaitl. The Oilers win Game 1.
Oh, hit the goal post. Oh, that was a good call by Kenny Albert.
Friend of the show.
Darren Pang got in there a little bit. I miss Ray Ferraro. I think he's the best analyst going right now.
He's on the old Espen.
Yeah. Fun game, though.
Oh,
Good
yeah,
start.
hell of a
Yeah.
game. Hell of a game.
Want Matthew Tkachuk to win again, but I kind of want Canada to break through and get it done.
Yeah. Yeah, they won it last year. I'd like to see the Oilers beat them this year, I guess.
What about the delay of game penalty that set it up? Thomas Nosek and Paul Maurice after the game said, well, we're going to make sure he doesn't eat alone tonight.
That's a good one. I like that. That was the waning seconds. 1929 of the overtime.
This segment is called Cup Crazy. Cup Crazy.
And Brad Marchand had a goal there. He always gets in there. Is he the most annoying player in the league? He has to be, right?
He was my Conn Smythe play at plus 8,000, Doug, if you want to throw something on that.
Who was the guy who kept peppering our boy Snuggie? Who was the big guy for the Jets?
Logan.
Well, yeah.
Lowry?
No. It was
Crowdsourcing.
Darnell Coles.
Oh, it wasn't
Logan
Coles.
Clayton or something. I'm forgetting.
Yeah.
Logan Stanley.
Logan Stanley.
Stanley.
Yeah, he can kick rocks.
He can kick rocks. What made you think of him?
Well, Doug said the most annoying guy in the league is Brad Marchand.
gotcha.
And
I think it all made sense when it was all said and done. But Martin, in full transparency, I was as confused as you initially. But you know what? I think Papers was right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Steve Ott, the Blues assistant coach, was perhaps the best agitator in the history of the league. You ever see some of the
Pest.
video of him?
Yeah, he
Oh,
would get
God.
it going with you. Former Blue and entertainer now with Utah, Tyson Nash was known as a great pest.
Issa Tikkanen, another one.
What about the little ball of hate?
Oh, yeah, Pat
Pat
Verbeek.
Verbeek.
What a great nickname.
A little ball. And Pat Verbeek, he went to Rittner as well, Doug?
I don't
correct.
think he
He and Jerry
did. I
Rice.
don't think Rittner's turned out any NHL talent.
As far as you know.
No. Yeah, you sound like an ass right
Yeah,
now.
well, I'll double check. You don't think of Rittner as a hotbed of ice hockey. But, could be. I could be wrong.
Actually, Doug, I'm going to step in real quick. I worked at Rittner,
Did
and
you?
they produced a goalie by the name of Cal Heater.
NHL player?
I don't know if he made it pretty far. I don't know if he had a cup of coffee in the Chell or not.
I like that in the Chell.
I
You
know.
like
I didn't.
that?
No, I
I
didn't.
like that a lot. This is the data point. It was an uncharacteristic collapse for a Florida team that had won 31 consecutive playoff games under Paul Maurice when holding the lead at an intermission break. So that is a hell of a streak.
Yeah.
I mean, that is, but it got away from them.
It might be unfair to call it a collapse when you're playing against one of the best teams in the league, a couple of the best players in the history of the league, and they score a goal, get an assist, and you call that a collapse. That might be a little harsh. Hell, he's on scholarship too.
Well, looks like you want to fight John Wowrow, the AP hockey writer.
I don't really want to fight him. I just think maybe that word collapse was a little harsh.
They win game 2, they're fine. You just want to go up there and split. Bring it home tied.
I think that the Stanley Cup final is going to be a long series. A long series would be anything larger in length than the gentleman's sweep, so a 6 or 7, whereas I fear that OKC and Indiana will be in the gentleman's sweep category.
Yeah.
You agree with that, Papers?
With Oklahoma City winning.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're minus 700 or minus 750 to win that series. I mean, that is a monster favorite.
Yeah.
And that starts tonight
Yes, sir.
in OKC.
Yep. Yeah. Gonna be a
But
good-
you won't be watching because you're going to be studying up for the game 2 of the hockey series?
No, sir. I plan on watching
You will watch.
every second. Yeah,
Okay,
of course.
all right.
Second.
It's going to be great.
And last night you watched your TV show with your girl, gal pal.
good. Yeah, good memory, Doug. Yeah, I watched Mountainhead.
Oh, what'd you think?
Good.
Uh-oh. Did you catch that, Doug?
Wasn't great. He
Yeah.
didn't say great. He didn't say awesome.
Yep.
It's more of a satire than I thought it was going to be.
I watched it last night too, so I could converse with you about it. I would agree with that.
Yeah, I didn't
But
realize.
it's good, but it sounds like, okay, we do, what, 1 to 5 star scale on this show?
It's just hard to really compare something to Succession. You know, the guy who made this movie.
Ooh,
Wow,
careful.
wow.
I'll
How
be
will
careful.
how will I
That was
explain
a-
that to my kids?
That was a clear
Kids gather
misspeak.
around. I know
dumped
that
it,
it's
but that was-
7:47.
And-
You heard a word that you haven't heard.
Am I in a locker room here or what?
So you didn't care for this pile?
No, that's not, that was a clear misspeak. It's just more satirical than I thought it was going to be, and I think Jesse Armstrong, the guy who made Succession, is better at less satirical, more like realism. Like I think that's what he does so well. But it was still fun. Acting was great, and
How many stars, bro?
I don't like a star system. A score of 1 to 100, I think, is a better. I truly do. I think it's better. What the different 4-star movies are different.
How many popcorns?
No, I refuse to embark on that. I would give it like a 70. 70 out of 100.
70.
Huh, that's
really
a
not
C.
good.
It's like a
That's
passing
C.
grade, but not special.
Well, on good or bad, again, pre-revenue. Anything above 51 or 50 would be good. Anything below 50 would be bad. And then 50 gets touch and go.
So this was a 70. This
Got to get my money back on this investment.
is a C.
You're going to miss us in Barbados in 10 years. Where we're going to be.
Oh, yeah, offshore, hiding.
Kim and I started Friends and Neighbor, the John Hamm.
Oh, you got to tell me you think it's the bee's knees.
We're 2 episodes in, really into it. At first, I wasn't into it right away.
Really?
Sometimes when the banter is so tight, like they say their words, lines. back and
Jackson
forth,
describes that as Sorkin-esque.
when they almost jump on each other, it's almost too scripted-ish. I don't like that. So at the beginning, I was like, now I'm all in. 2 episodes in, I'm all in.
It's wonderful.
I'm enjoying
Have you
it.
watched it, Doug?
I haven't seen it, no.
John Hamm's going to be pissed when he comes back to do our Hot Stove Hockey League.
Oh. Okay, I'll get on it.
Thank you. And Jackson, you have watched it?
Our friends and neighbors.
That's a different show. This is your Friends and Neighbors.
Oh, okay. I have let my Apple TV subscription lapse at the end of Severance. I did not purchase another month. So when I do, because I'll be back. Trust me, I'll be back. Shrinking's coming. I'll be back. I will watch it. Jason Segel's show.
Yeah, Doug, it's
I thought that was
made by
him
the
shrinking.
made by the same people who made Ted Lasso. Really good.
Well, there's a new show that just debuted yesterday from the people who made Ted Lasso.
Bill Lawrence. Oh man, I gotta check this out.
Called Stick. It's with Owen Wilson.
Oh, I love Owen Wilson.
Yeah. And it's about, he's like a former golf PGA player, I gather, who had a blow up and lost everything.
Oh, man.
And then discovers some young wizard The first 3 episodes just came out last night. And I watched it last night. And
you enjoyed
it's
it?
highly recommended. Absolutely. I've kind of figured that would be right up your alley since you live by Ted Lasso credos.
Yeah. Seeing Mark Maron in it too. Great. All right. Well, maybe I'm going to.
Yeah, Mark Maron's in it.
I'm going to repurchase my Apple TV so I can get.
got a lot to watch
Because
now.
now that I have 2 shows, now it makes more sense to do it.
Manage your money better, pal. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko who thinks that you are not managing your money. What?
Don't care. I manage my money great because I work with Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies.
Wow.
Hour.
What a weave.
It's a weave. A lot of people are pointing out that you refused to do the star system, but you gave a 70, which would have been 3.5 stars.
Yeah, you can
Dead
prorate.
on.
But I'm saying, would also 75 be a 3.5 stars? That there's a difference there.
You're looking for more of a range
Yes,
that's available.
because I think a movie that I would give a 70 and a movie I would give 77 are 2 different things, but they both might be 3.5 stars.
I give it 4 popcorns. You just need to be a guy. Just invent your own.
Yeah, I think a 5-star scale is bad. I think a 4-star scale is bad. You gotta give more range, at least 10.
Okay.
1 to 100 is the scale, and Mountain Head officially gets a 70. For point of reference, what is your all-time favorite film?
Oh, Brother, Where Art Thou?
Okay, and what does that get?
95.
Wow, so you just can't get to 100.
Yeah, like a Godfather would be like in the 99, 98 category.
But it's not your favorite film.
It's not. Favorite and best.
But it gets
are
a
different.
higher rating from you.
Yeah.
Doug, I'm
it's more
confused.
important. The Godfather is like one of the most important pieces of pop culture ever. Oh, Brother, Where Art Thou is my personal favorite family movie.
What's that about? I think
That's George Clooney.
Yeah, it's a Coen Brothers movie. It's an adaptation, kind of the Odyssey, Homer's Odyssey, and it's really good.
John
A lot of
Turturro.
bluegrass. Yeah, John Turturro, Tim Blake Nelson, John Goodman, Bride of Afton.
And they're sailing around the Mediterranean, the Greek Isles?
It's like a prison escape movie, but it's
With hot prisoners.
it's
What's that
it's
got to
told
do
like
with
the
Homer and
Odyssey.
the Odyssey?
It's a cool adaptation. It's not like a direct adaptation. It's inspired by.
Okay.
It's a little wacky. Maybe.
Yeah, it's a Coen Brothers movie. They're kind of wacky.
Well, all right.
Oh, Brother, Where Art Thou is an absolute classic. You're getting endorsements, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's like favorite movies. That's really the best. It's just what I like hold dear. You know?
Better than Shawshank Redemption? Get the F out of here.
Oh, brother. Here we
Again,
go.
so here's the thing. I really turn it up, crank it up just for a second. When somebody says my favorite, there is no argument. That is their favorite thing. Now, if I said, Oh, Brother, Where Art Thou is the best movie ever, yeah, you could flood the text line with all these. But I didn't say that. I said
No.
my favorite.
That's what you said.
So you can pump the brakes on your take because no one wants to hear it.
Oh, gosh.
Just smacked him down.
Is Dawson's Creek doing this on purpose now? That's from Little Judy Suckins.
Nope. This is me, baby. Take it or leave it. That's what I say.
Mountain Head was just terrible. That's from Doug's prison wallet.
I didn't think it was terrible.
Well, some people like things and some people don't like other things.
Right, that's the thing. And it was a little goofier than I thought it would be, especially, again, coming off the heels of Succession. But, you know, I enjoyed it.
You tell them, Piddles. That's from the 314. That would be 3.75 stars. If it's 75 out of 100. They didn't teach math at Mizzou. That's from Gooner Reloaded.
But instead of doing 3.75 stars, some dumb, like they just do 1 to 100. If you does everyone just have a problem with everything that ever comes out of my mouth?
Pretty much, yep.
Like, not every point needs argument.
Well, it's they're also not happy with Doug. Let's see. I got to scroll back. I don't know the years. Tim is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra. That's only 96 calories, 2.5 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Sponsor of the Dotem, sponsor of the YouTube chat, Michelob Ultra. And he says this Real Housewives thing would have been funny in like 2010. That's from I don't know the years, Tim.
Okay. Well,
Does that make you want
to? Don't watch it. We haven't even done it yet. Not 100% sure that we can get it done.
Now, Sharon and Clayton, who I think is really the alpha on this program, has texted in and says, congrats on the Housewives greenlight. As a potential cast member, I have to ask something that no one has since this idea came about. What's in it for the actual housewives? There has to be some incentive when putting yourself out there for the inevitable criticism and judgment. Sharon and Clayton is now negotiating with you. How will you handle it?
I don't know that there's any monetary thing in it for them. I think we would owe it to any of the women who want to participate to filter some of the extremely vile and nasty comments, because we'll get no one to do it if that's all that it is.
But
So
there's
we
gotta be
try to keep it fun. And
maybe a contest, and there's a payoff. They get to fill in for Tim for a week or something.
yeah.
Or I don't know. There's got to be a contest.
Okay.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. Yeah, we could try that. That would work.
All right.
I think
So
the
I get a vacation and they get...
All right.
But then
Or
it'd
fill in
just
for
be
Martin
Tim
for a
or
couple
anyone.
months.
Yeah.
Hey,
Or come in at 10 when you're gone. They could do that hour.
go to a ball game with Jackson and Dan Jansen. There you go. There's some kind of prize.
I do think we would have to owe it to them to make sure that they're not just completely ridiculed by every walrus out there with a keyboard. We can't allow that to happen.
with a keyboard.
Yeah, we don't want that to
when
happen.
you shoot that on the patio at Brio, are you going to Photoshop out Charlie Tuna sitting there? How are you going to
Is
work
that where he
around
hangs?
that? Oh, man, I'll be up there.
Doug, Sergeant Major Rose wants to talk about the
Oh, good.
production with you. He is
Okay.
on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. The number 314-974-0101. Sergeant Major, good morning. You're on with producer Doug Vaughn.
Hey, good morning, boys. Quick props to Jackson. Memorial Day, when you played the best of, you led off with my call about Brian McKenna and everything. So I just wanted to say it was a very nice way to start my Memorial Day. As far as this TMA Housewives or whatever it's going to be called, I don't know if there's going to be enough real actual women.
Yeah. Well, we take trannies.
Well, hey, I guess, up here in D.C., we keep things pretty politically correct. But I don't know. I mean, Sherilyn Clayton, I've met her. She's strong. She'd be a strong candidate, and I could see her kind of being the quote-unquote chairman of the board, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, she's got a big personality. She'd be great. We just do have to shield him a little bit from the hate that everybody gets on the show.
What?
Regular listeners, and especially women nice enough to do something like this, shouldn't have to just be grilled with hatred nonstop. We wouldn't want that.
Well, and I'm sure there'll be enough extras at Brio to make that happen. So,
okay. You think we should just go to Brio and just
go to Brio, film all the scenes there, you'll be fine.
just do some ambush journalism?
There you go. Something like that would be great. So.
Okay.
But I just wanted to call out, and I didn't get a chance, of course. I did listen to the Dotem broadcast. Thursday was a little bit of a hard follow, but
We're trying to move past that.
Gosh.
But props, hey, props to you guys. It's an amazing event, and I know from the folks that went, a few people reached out to me that you guys did a great job for Brian and his family. The pony on the south side on Saturday was one for the books. So.
Yes, it was. Huge crowd. Somebody estimated 2,500, I think I saw.
Is that right?
That's about right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just tells you the tentacles of Brian's outreach that he did. He was just an amazing person, and
Yes, sir. Great compliment to his legacy.
very true. So hopefully they'll do that kind of a yearly thing.
You know what? It's interesting that you brought that up. I've talked with a few people who were talking about doing something like that on a regular basis annually, Sergeant Major.
Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't get to come home for it, but I retire next year, so hopefully if they do it again, I'll be in town for it.
All right. Well, that'd be great. We'll look for you then.
All right. Well, good luck with those production meetings.
Well, all right. Thank yous.
Thank you. That's Sergeant Major Rose on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You're welcome to call in as well, 314-974-0101. I understand Dan Jansen, who offered to caddy for me, is on the Callier and Thompson phone line, so we'll hear from him. He's sideways with Buck Swope, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to follow all these listener wars that are going on. You can text in as well, 314-399-9646. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage is a wonderful sponsor of TMA, and he makes himself accessible to the audience by giving out his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. And Stewie is with us now, and he wants to talk about self-employed borrowers. Stewie, what do we have going on here?
Tim, we just closed a self-employed borrower. He hasn't filed his tax return in 8 years. So if you're self-employed, you're writing off all your income, or you haven't filed your returns, you can still get a mortgage. Cash-out refinances are available. Purchases are available. We go based on the deposits that are in your account, not what you actually show on paper. This is a great product. If you're out there, if you're living the American dream being self-employed, this is the product for you. So if you thought you can't do it, think again. Give us a call. We'll show you what we can do.
There it is. The number 2 call is 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. It's Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage. Thanks, Stewie.
Have a great day, guys.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Rain out last night, so the Cardinals and Royals will play 2 today. A twin bill with the first one at 12:45 p.m., and then they will play their second game of the day at 6:45 p.m. That was their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Boy, it takes you back to the theater in 1997 and just weeping. Jack Dawson.
Boy, she can warble, though.
Celine Dion, one of the best.
This is Canadian Artist today, is Jackson's music theme. We heard from Alanis Morissette of You Can't Do That on Television in the 7 o'clock hour, and here in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour, we're enjoying the vocal stylings of Celine Dion.
Stylings.
You like that?
She's still in residence in Vegas, and she do.
I don't know.
She usually does, I'll find out that for you right now, Martin.
Kind of a good way to do it. Instead of hitting the road, just have everybody come to you.
She is reportedly in the final stage of negotiating a new residency with Resorts World. That will start, or probably has just started.
And they live in just probably a penthouse at the top of the building?
I'm sure they're only there for a brief amount of time. Probably that night they stay in some sort of...
Well, but she's there for months at a time, Doug's saying. Do they put them
right,
up in the
but she's not
penthouse?
playing every night. I don't think.
So she doesn't stay in Vegas, just in and out?
Probably plays like Friday and Saturday, and then...
I don't know.
I bet they do it more than that.
Her residency in New Day achieves a remarkable total gross of $385 million.
Doug, why don't we do a residency?
We should.
She earns over $500,000 for each performance.
So wouldn't you go 7 nights a week if you're making that?
For like a year, and then probably shut it down.
Yeah. I would just think they would do it more than twice a week.
I don't know. I
probably got the show down pat, every word she's going to say and every movement she's going to make.
Kind of a dangerous question with Tim here, but when you go to Vegas, do you go to a show?
I'm happy to answer questions. It's not really my bag. However, when we called the audible, pulling the plug on our trip this week to Red Rocks, and I did see the video of the show from Tuesday night, and it rained the entire time, and people were bundled up like Nanook, we were going to go to Las Vegas to call the audible, and my wife was like, we can go to the Sphere and see a show. Just to see the Sphere, the person playing, Kenny Chesney, isn't necessarily who we would want to see, although it's wonderful when an artist is smaller than me, and I kind of want to seize that opportunity.
He's got the big hat.
No.
Is that the guy?
But I haven't seen a lot of shows that aren't like concerts in Las Vegas, and by that I mean like a scheduled concert that isn't a residency, not like a Cirque du Soleil kind of show.
I saw Danny Gans, and he was always on the billboards, the Entertainer of the Year. Vegas. It was John Shaw's. Oh my God, you got to see Danny Gans! And I was like, I got to see Danny Gans. Like $100. He's a comedian, and he did impressions, but they were it was more like a Rich Little thing.
Yeah.
Here's Richard Nixon interviewing Kermit the Frog. I'm like, oh, okay. But they said he was like multi-millionaire, just doing Vegas every night.
Doug, I guess we should do TMA from Las Vegas and just let the fans come to us.
I remember Jay Leno used to do Vegas. He'd do the Tonight Show
Then
and
he'd fly on
to Las
over.
Vegas
Yeah.
and work there.
The Cirque shows are worth the trip by themselves. I've seen most of them, and they're amazing. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
I saw one once, and it was great. Almost anything's great there. If you're like one of the entertainment capitals of the world, you know that the acts are going to be fantastic. And they are, I think, everyone that I've seen.
Jackson, you better play some Rush. It's from the 636.
No problem.
Resorts World sucks. It's from the 314.
Gosh.
Martin, would you like to apologize for mentioning Resorts World?
I think I did.
Oh, Jackson, would you like to?
No. I'm not endorsing it by any means. Just that's where she's playing.
Guys, just do the Real Housewives of TMA in Las Vegas. That's from Just Don't, Just Press Push.
We'll run that at the flagpole, see if they can send us out there for a couple weeks.
I don't think that's reasonable. Dan Jansen is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Yes, Dan.
Tim.
Hi, Dan. How are you?
Good. Keeping with the theme of the show, Chaminade.
Okay. He's trying to weave into that Mount Rushmore. What about a Rockers Mount Rushmore? I got to put Mark Lamping on that.
Yeah, it's another story. He's the Friends guy that died, George Wendt.
Yeah, he's another Rockers.
Yeah, he's Rockers. At Notre Dame initially.
But then couldn't get a ride to school.
So he got a 0.0 GPA and transferred to Rockers.
And learned to drink at Tom's across the street from, across the street from Rockhurst.
Learn to drink, Tim.
Learn to drink beer. Learn to drink beer, because that was his character on Cheers.
Was that a practicum he did?
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
Hey, Dotem, congratulations. I called in and told you it was a great facility, and you guys just raved about it the whole time. And, I wish you would have let me caddy, or at least caddy for the 8-some, because you said you kind of didn't know the course. So I know you're kicking yourself for that. And I know
big miss.
At the Dotem, Jackson's trust fund take a little bit of a haircut.
Yeah, he lost $15,000 to me, Dan.
Mm-hmm.
So I pitched this to you at the holiday party, and I want to make true to it that have you and Jackson as a team come out to the Olympic course and take on me and my partner for a money match.
Where is the Olympic
is that
course?
Glen Echo?
San Francisco?
Yeah, are we going to the Olympic Club?
No, Glen Echo.
All right, well.
You a good player,
North
Dan?
County, San Francisco, it's all the same.
Yeah.
You a good player, buddy?
And no, I'm terrible, but my partner is very good. And I told Tim, he said, first question he asked is, who's going to be your partner?
Yeah,
and I said, well, I got two people in mind. And he picked both of them immediately. And the one doesn't want his name used on the air. Probably both of them don't. And is against advice.
Oh,
sorry.
Against advice of my counsel, I wish my name wouldn't be used on the air, but I have no choice at this point.
No, too late for that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, So, I know we can. Tim, you committed at the holiday party, but and Jackson, are you up for this? You like that course, don't you?
I love that course, yeah.
Okay.
It was a non-answer. That was a non. You love the course. I believe he's asking if you were.
I'll play with anybody.
He's in. Okay.
Tim.
Who's your partner?
And
are we playing a net ball? Because if I'm not mistaken, your partners were professionals, and we're going to need some. We're going to need some poppy seeds.
You are, yeah.
We can mutually agreed upon time, mutually agreed upon games. It's just a nice round of golf.
Well, Jackson lost $15,000 to me last Thursday, and while he does have that trust fund, and some of it was liquidated when you turn 27.
Yeah,
you don't want to burn through it.
Tranched, yeah. So stages.
Well, we do have 100% approval on the text line, or I should say agreement, not approval. As far as the call.
Is he still there?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right.
I understand what I'm in for. And Tim, I will. I'll reach out to you offline. I just would like. And Buck Swope can follow us and keep score if he wants.
Oh wow! What a wonderful Buck Swope in his green jacket. He'll keep score. He'll be the standard bearer.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, that'll give him something to think about.
All right.
Okay, then. All right.
Tim, I like a good text
Thanks,
line.
Dan.
Text line audit. And the text just came in from the 314. This could be the dumbest 5 minutes of radio I've ever heard in my life. So then I just scrolled back. Their last text to 101 was on February 19th, and it just said shoveling snow. So they don't have a long history of texting this show. But they did say, which seems to represent the audience, dumbest 5 minutes of radio I've ever
Jake
heard.
and Kirk would ask, can this be talked about off air? Seems reasonable.
Fair question.
Caller Buzz says, I feel like I'm listening to a live kidnapping. Tim, this guy wants to wear your skin.
Oh.
Hello, Vivian.
A live kidnapping. I think that's very apt.
Tim, there is no partner. Dan's going to chloroform you. That's from Johnny Johnson. Oh, man. Doug, it's wonderful when we open up the phone lines.
Yeah.
With Callier and
We are
Thompson.
0 for 2.
Major Rose was okay.
He's great.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
We're hitting 333,
That's
baby.
right. We're Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
Apologize. Cards and
Pretty good batting
Royals
average.
doubleheader.
You can email in, too. And if you want to be part of the Real Housewives of TMA, Doug Vaughn got it greenlit yesterday by management. Anything up to a 2-minute video to make your case to be a member of the Real Housewives of TMA, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You can also compete for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. That is Seth Goldcamp and his team. Seth is 4th generation, and the thing that he has carried on from his father and his grandfather and his great-grandfather is we do not upsell. When we are called upon to fix somebody's HVAC system, we fix it, and that's that. We don't rope them into some kind of plan to get their business. We earn their business through performing the service properly, quickly, effectively, and that is that. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling. That's designairservice.com, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. You become a client as well by going to designairservice.com. That is Design Air Heating and Cooling. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It's called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug, you a Rush guy?
Not really.
Martin, you a Rush guy? That's a no.
Not really. I like Rush, but I'm not that into it.
Jackson, you a Rush guy?
Haven't heard much of their music, but I'm a pretty big Greta Van Fleet fan, which is a newer band, and I've been told they sound a little like Rush and a lot like Led Zeppelin, but I've heard they're
Bryn
similar.
Smith, former Cardinal, former Expo,
Had a big beard.
and had a close rapport with Geddy Lee and members of Rush.
Okay.
And probably Tony La Russa as well, if I had to guess, because Tony La Russa was close with Rush. Rush would be down on the field at Busch Stadium, Martin.
That sounds right. Yeah. Neil Peart, the drummer, one of the greatest drummers considered in rock history, Doug.
Okay. I don't believe I'd know that gentleman if I saw him.
Neil Peart.
Hey, are you guys looking for other listeners to call in and awkwardly press Tim on a social commitment? Thanks. That's from Shooter McGavin. Doug, that can be a theme of the calls in the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
I like that.
314-974-0101. Call in and ask the guy who wants to have zero social commitments to commit to something socially. That's the sketch. Jackson, rarely do I call for French Open audio.
Yeah.
But I'm going to. I'm intrigued by this on the Stiefel dossier. Did anybody hear this?
No.
I can't imagine. Martin, you would probably be the only one who would, putting together your Two Fox show. John McEnroe and Brian Anderson with an awkward exchange during the French Open. Take a listen if you would.
I'm thinking time-wise, and I got a match tomorrow, but that Stanley Cup Finals, that start at 7 Eastern, or is that the pregame show?
That's when you want to start watching at 7 Eastern.
For the build-up. The puck drops when? No, perhaps sorry.
We're going to hold that information.
9:30. It's then.
It's a lot of things you got to know before then, John.
You've been doing this a while, haven't you?
No.
Was that your out cue?
Yeah, that was my sounder.
Wow.
That was my sounder.
Oh, yeah, Monica Seles tribute.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't really know. It sounded like one of your updates.
No, I think Anderson's being like, I'm not going to, like the pregame starts at 7. That's when they want people watching.
Watch,
yeah.
please watch.
Because if we tell them the puck drop, that's when people will then tune in.
I see.
Yeah.
I thought he was having a Jackie moment where he didn't really know when it started. Like,
I thought that's what it was too, man.
French Open on TNT, game 1 on TNT.
Right. So they were promoting their own coverage, and he was saying, tune into the pregame, John. Don't press me on this. And he kept saying, no, but when does it actually begin?
Right.
And Brian Anderson was not going to tell him that.
Right.
Although it is a bit of a mystery with hockey, as we know. The playoff puck drop.
What was last night? I don't know. I wasn't looking at the clock, nor was I watching it. I don't know.
That's the important one right there. That part right there.
I don't know why I was trying to front. Yeah.
Doug, do you like that? I don't know why I was trying to front. I like that.
Don't be fronting, bro.
It was announced as I think a 7 o'clock start, right?
Yeah.
Early in Edmonton.
Right.
Yeah. I think they started
7:23.
Yeah.
I watched through the third period, and at that point I had to shut her down and watched this morning to see the goal with, 20, 30 seconds remaining in the first overtime. Doug calls them the waning seconds.
Yeah.
It's got to be kind of fun when you go to bed and you wake up with these results, Tim, that you don't know. It's like Christmas every morning. Like, oh, wow, look what happened.
That's right. It's even better when you got a little wager and you can be handsomely rewarded.
I went to bed after the second period, and being an Olympic caliber sleeper, once I hit the bed, out.
You're done.
Dunzo. That's it. Yep. Almost immediately fall asleep.
How many pills do you take, bro?
None.
I don't understand.
I close my eyes and fall asleep.
Face down into the pillow.
Not face down.
That's papers.
Mm-mm.
You still doing that?
Big time.
Has your female lover seen this?
Mm-hmm. Not a fan.
Think?
Not a fan.
Is she concerned that you may be dying with a face in the pillow?
No, but like when I sleep, I kind of like move around a little bit, and that's not great. You know?
Well, everybody moves around a little bit.
Yeah, but I'm all over the place. But I don't know. You know, I'm a deep sleeper, so like I don't know. Like
How much REM sleep you get, bro?
I don't track.
You need a whoop.
Probably, yeah. I struggle wearing something on my left wrist.
Have you thought about running some sort of air hose up through the mattress, through the pillow, and into your face so you can breathe at least?
It's not a bad idea.
I mean, I'm alive, so I clearly breathe. Man, I can just.
I don't know how you breathe.
I'm built different.
You got gills?
Yeah, something like that. Air hole in the back of my head.
Oh, you got a blowhole, bro?
Something like that.
Jackson's blowhole.
I somehow figure it out. I don't know how I do it, honestly. But that's how I sleep. That's how I wake up every morning.
Face down in the pillow.
Turn my face to the left to turn off the alarm, and that's how I start my day.
I'll be darned.
It's a,
I don't think I've ever seen it.
It's another little quirk.
I've never seen it.
Old Jackie Papers.
But when you lie down in bed first to try to get to sleep, is your face flat down into the pillow?
It gets there eventually, yeah. Not right at the beginning, but yeah, eventually.
Huh.
I don't think I could do it for 60 seconds.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how you do that, man.
Yeah. I kind of sleep like I'm taking a charge, Kind of have my arms over my legs.
Hey, Doug, how much do you dream at night? I'm a hit the pillow and sleep guy, and I never dream. That's from Hal in Hillsborough. He'd like to know how much you dream.
Well, they say you dream every night, but I rarely remember what I dream.
You're dreaming in REM sleep. Mm-hmm. And I know you were about to ask how much REM sleep I got last night. I'll be happy to answer. Hour and 54 minutes.
Okay.
Deep sleep hour and 26 minutes.
How much do you want? How much are you supposed to get?
Well, I think it's probably a percentage of your sleep. So 25% of my sleep last night was REM sleep.
Okay.
I'll take that.
All right.
I feel refreshed. Boy, on those days where I don't get the REM sleep, tell you, that REM sleep is key.
And can you tell right when you wake up?
Usually, yeah. Yeah, listeners can tell, too. Trust me. If the host can tell, the listeners can tell. 1 hour and 50 minutes of deep and 1 hour and 1 minute of REM sleep last night. That was good enough for a 70% recovery, Tim. That's Alan Dadeville, who obviously is wearing a Whoop band as well. Here, if you're watching on YouTube, take a look. Look at that, Doug. Right.
Okay.
Look at that.
Now we're going to have to
supinated my wrist.
The listeners are going to tell us what their recovery percentage is.
Yeah, and Darren's going to do it by calling in the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Darren has a follow-up for you, Doug.
All right.
Darren, you are on with Doug Vaughn on 101 ESPN.
Hey, guys. I'm here with Dan Jansen in the parking garage behind the studio. And he was too embarrassed to ask him, but what color is your vehicle? Is it red or is it black?
Oh, that's a great question.
Going to stalk you a little bit.
No. I have a car service.
Oh, okay. All right. And then, so when we throw you in the pit, you want some magazines down there to read?
Doug, you put the lotion on the...
It puts the lotion on its skin.
Thank you, Darren.
Yeah.
Doug, decent.
The original Darren or the second Darren?
Doug's that Dick York?
Dick York or Dick Sargent, one of the two.
I think they're concerned that Tim's going to be kidnapped by Dan Jansen at the Olympic course. At least we know the location.
Tim, great REM sleep, bro. That's from Iggy's great break.
Now you've been congratulated for sleeping.
Good job on your REM sleep.
11% REM sleep, 11% deep sleep. Not great, but I'm feeling okay. That's from Connie Lassiter and Greg Bickle.
They're really going to do this to us, aren't they? I wake up and feel almost exactly the same every day. Whether I sleep a lot, sleep a little.
Pretty great.
I feel about the same.
That's a great thing.
Yeah.
Assuming you feel good.
Yeah, okay. I'd say I feel okay.
Right.
But never
there
really...
are people, and I was one of these, when I was working with you originally, Martin, on the morning grind, I had a monster sleep problem. And for those who go through it, I feel incredible amount of sympathy because it sounds kind of like a, bitchy ailment, like, oh, you didn't sleep well, too bad. But if you don't sleep, it owns your life. It's a brutal thing.
Mm-hmm.
Brutal thing.
My wife struggles to fall asleep.
Oh, is that right?
And she'll take Ambien or something to fall asleep, and she gets mad because I can lay down on the floor and say, I'm just going to take a 20-minute nap, and I'll just like that.
Yeah.
Like, how do you do that?
The worst is when you're like late to go to bed, and then you start like panicking about it because it's in
your mind.
Yeah.
Rarely people actually have sleep issues. It's usually the mind racing that causes the sleep issues.
Right.
People who are worriers probably have a harder time going to sleep. Right. Start thinking about everything, going through your whole day. When I was a kid, I couldn't get to sleep on Sunday night for some reason. Every Sunday night.
Because you were worried about going to Nipper.
I'm sure. Well, I didn't go to Nipper. But I'm sure that's what it was. Oh, no, here we go again with school. But I would be 1, 2 in the morning before I'd ever fall asleep on Sunday night.
Guys, you should try whiskey. That's from the Total Package. There's a recommendation. I don't know how many doctors recommend it, but
a real recommendation. Folks should look up the marine sleeping technique. I don't know right off the top of my head, but look, it's like takes 2 minutes, and it really helped me get to sleep faster.
What is it?
It's like a breathing technique thing that the Marines use to get to sleep really quickly. And it was very helpful. Maybe it's just in your head, but whatever gets you to sleep doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So folks want to look that up, I would recommend it.
I slept great last night. Doug's body was quite warm and comforting. That's from the Springfield Mud Tosser. You know this guy?
No.
Tim, can you tuck me in at night to be sure I match exactly how you sleep? That's from Stephen Time.
Oh, gosh.
A lot of the listeners want to join us in our chambers.
And that's common in sports radio?
They're not welcome.
Yeah, that's something that Bob Bragg and Bob Burns did.
They started it.
Slept with a lot of listeners.
We'll go out to, let's have Wally in Wentzville. Welcome into the show. We're talking about the Cardinals doubleheader today. How many do you think they'll win in the matchup? Hey, Bob, I'd like to just come down there and sleep with you fellas.
I think it's hotter when older guys call in and say they want to sleep with Doug.
Really put KMOX on the map when they ran that
That's
show.
how it all started.
That's exactly right.
Highland running down the highway. Who's screening the calls?
You can call in 314-974-0101. You can also participate in the conversation in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where 226 friends have gathered to talk it over this morning at youtube.com/TMA. STL. That is how you can participate in this program. And Mark Milton is a loyal participant in this program. Doug, you know him. He's online at stltaxlawyer.com.
I know him well, and you should know him well, too, if you have any kind of tax problem. Even if you don't, he's a great guy. But if you are sideways with the IRS, this is the name that you need to know. Mark Milton. He will take care of the godforsaken tax man. He's known as the IRS penalty killer. If you got years of unfiled tax returns, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or maybe even worse, you're facing IRS criminal investigation. This can be serious business. And Mark Milton has handled it all. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. He is simply one of the best in the country at what he does. And now he helps individuals and small businesses right here in St. Louis solve their tax problems. So if you have any kind of IRS issues, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, no, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There it is. Mark Milton, longtime sponsor here on TMA. Fisher Window and Door Store is the sponsor of our 8 o'clock hour on the program, and you are welcome to participate in one of many ways, calling in, texting in, emailing in, and talking it over live in the YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMA. STL. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen.
Schnucks is partnering with St. Louis City to help fight hunger. They're going to do that from June 7th to the 14th. That starts this Saturday. It's a week-long food drive benefiting Operation Food Search. They're going to help provide food for those in need here in St. Louis, whether it's cereal, peanut butter, canned meats, canned veggies, soups, pastas, beans, things like that. You buy it at Schnucks, and then you'll place it in the collection bins on your way out of the store. We're asking if you can help feed the community. It's St. Louis City SC teaming up with Schnucks. And then Wednesday of next week, June 11th, 6 to 7, they're going to be at the Butler Hill Schnucks in South County. And if you donate, you'll get to meet the players, hang out, take some pictures, sign some autographs. So St. Louis City SC teaming up with Schnucks for this week-long food drive. You'll see those containers at the local Schnucks. If you can, drop some food in there on the way out. The mission here is to help City and Schnucks do it together, kicking hunger in our city. Find out more at stlcitysc.com. Schnucks, proud grocery partner of St. Louis City SC.
Martin, you're a fan here.
BTO, willing to move a concert so that the Winnipeg Jets can play a playoff game. That's a commitment.
I flipped on that game last night, and my wife said, I'm still not over it. I said, you know what? I'm kind of not either, to be honest with you. CMA 101 ESPN. Show's presented by Brown and Crouppen. You are welcome to call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Big day for the phone lines today. 314-974-0101. Text in Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. And then you got an active Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where Don Peepe's talking to John Scores, DJ Patty Cakes, Balk Hog, and Iggy's in there. Talking it over, and he says we should do Real House Husbands of TMA. Doug, are you interested in expanding the franchise already?
I guess we could. I don't know.
There was that stay-at-home dads convention a few months ago. I feel like that was a prime opportunity to get some cast members.
Some overachievers there, no doubt.
It seemed like they were having a good time.
Mr. Mom, Michael Keaton, Schooner Tuner people, Terry Garr, no longer with us. Hank Kingsley, Jeffrey Tambor, Martin Mull also no longer with us.
No.
Am I correct?
Martin Mull? That sounds right.
I'm all in.
I think in the last 6 months, maybe.
He died, June 27th, 2024.
80 years old.
80 years old. Yeah.
Terry Garr, I feel like Letterman was always kind of hitting on her every time she was on. Like
that turns out that was a theme.
Was it just her?
That's correct. MLB has an issue with their television. That is not breaking news. But what Andrew Marchand has this morning in The Athletic is breaking news. The title of the article, Rob Manfred has regret over opting out of ESPN and hopes for a new partner in July. On the day of their breakup this spring, MLB flashed some anger toward ESPN. When the broadcaster opted out of the final 3 years of its national baseball deal, Rob Manfred criticized the network in a letter to the sports owners. A few months later, a different feeling has cropped up. Regret. MLB is in talks with 3 different broadcasters over the rights ESPN once held. And he hopes, Rob Manfred hopes, a new 2026 through 2028 deal is done come the All-Star game in mid-July. But however those negotiations end, MLB is almost certainly going to make less money than the estimated $550 million ESPN would have paid annually. Manfred acknowledged last night he would rather not be in the spot he is in now. Quote, "Look, we agreed to the opt-out as part of a set of compromises that got us to the deal we had. We liked the deal we had. Looking backwards, do I wish I wasn't in the position to sell 3 years so we can line up our rights up to 2028? The answer to that is yes. So MLB is looking for a broadcast partner. They don't have one, and they will be making less money than they would have made had they not opted out of ESPN.
Nice.
Sounds like he's doing a good job.
But let's pay him $50 million a year because no one else would do it for less.
I'm surprised
he would 49.
I'm surprised he would.
No, I wouldn't.
Or admit it. I mean, in some ways we like honesty and transparency, but in other ways it's like you just admitted that you screwed up the whole deal.
One of the things that's lurking in these negotiations, Marchand details, is the concern that I don't feel like is getting perhaps as much attention as I think it should, that baseball might be facing a work stoppage following the 26th season, and whoever the television partner is might have some vacancies it needs to fill should there not be baseball games. And that is talked about in this article. MLB has a labor negotiation looming with the players after the 26th season that has the potential to bring an off-season lockout and, if talks do not go well, canceled games in 2027. However, Manfred said fear of a work stoppage has not been an overlay in negotiations for the 3 years of media rights. He says, quote, "We're not committed or telling people there's going to be a lockout after the end of the 26th season. That all remains to be decided, and we're not just having those conversations in the context of media."
You would think that'd be more likely that those Sunday games that ESPN once held would go to like a streamer like Apple, because then you wouldn't have to fill time slots that you had slot out for baseball.
I was thinking the same thing. It wouldn't matter. If you're a streaming service, you're not programming 24/7.
Yeah, less of a risk on their end. Because, if you're NBC and then you have huge chunks of your Sunday night programming dedicated to baseball.
But ESPN was such a natural partner for them. They could talk about games all day long. Everybody gets ESPN. It doesn't require another subscription somewhere.
I don't know if it matters as much
blown
now. I'm sorry, I cut you off. I don't know if it matters as much now in 2025, but I do feel like the NHL suffered from a lack of being highlighted on ESPN, as ESPN was not carrying NHL games, and now it's getting more attention. At the same time, had it been there and had it been something that people wanted to watch, I would imagine they would have highlighted it. These days, with SportsCenter being off the, Doug, do you mind this term, sports cultural zeitgeist?
I don't like it. I don't care for it.
Jackson,
no.
I bet you liked that a lot.
I loved it.
Yeah.
Don't say zeitgeist.
It may not matter as much, but certainly the NHL is getting more attention on ESPN. Last night, Scott Van Pelt ran into a tough spot with the Stanley Cup game going to overtime, which required the first 15 minutes of his show to be the Women's College World Series Game 1 extended coverage between Texas and Texas Tech. And so SVP and Stanford Steve are really focused on 15 minutes of that, and then they turn their attention to the Cubs and Nationals, Doug, and the Cubs lose a game. Cardinals now 4.5 back. There's your first half hour of SportsCenter last night, and then we did a retrospective on SGA's career leading into tonight's Game 1 of the Thunder and Pacers.
Oh, I missed it. I was sleeping, Tim.
Did they say we're waiting for the Stanley Cup to end? Did they admit that they were killing time, or you could just kind of figure it out?
Martin Jackson calls this show Honesty and Media, and therefore I'm obligated to say I turned on SVP this morning, as I'm one to do, saw that they were breaking down the Texas Tech game, and then just started fast-forwarding through to see if they ever got to the Stanley Cup final, and I noticed that they had nothing but women's softball up until the Cubs and the Nationals, and I thought, boy, SVP was probably up against that one.
Why do you hate softball?
I enjoyed it. It just wasn't what I was looking for. I was looking for a breakdown of the festivities last night in Alberta.
It is kind of fun to watch, the women's college softball.
I watched the Texas Tech win over Oklahoma the other night. Producer Roman over at the 2 Fox went to Texas Tech. So he had the game on. I started watching. It was going down to the final at bat. They win it on a walk-off sac fly, and the handshake. So Oklahoma had won. Tim, is it 4 in a row? The Oklahoma women had won.
Boomer Sooner.
National championship. And then the Tech coach walks by the Oklahoma coach. It was worse than any Bill Belichick handshake. I'm like, is it that bad in women's college softball that they couldn't possibly say, hey, how are you? Good to see you. They were less than a half of a second. Like, yeah.
Really?
Couldn't possibly. Hey, good for you. Congrats. They clearly had some issues.
Yeah,
disappointing, Doug. They will not be getting a musial.
You ever heard of Bree Ellis, Doug, for Arkansas?
I don't think so.
In 134 at-bats this year, she hit .440 with 26 home runs, 72 RBIs, and got walked 69 times.
Whoa.
They started to pitch around her.
Literally, half the time she went up to plate, she hit, and most of that was a home run or a RBI.
But what's her launch
incredible.
angle?
Yeah.
I'm glad to see him hitting more, because for years it seemed like every other game was a no-hitter by the pitcher. They'd strike out 19. Somehow the hitters have kind of figured it out, it seems.
Did you ever face Eddie Feiner? The king in his court? He'd come to town and he'd strike everybody out? He was like 70 years old?
Yeah. Struck out major leaguers at one point. Yeah, and only had like 3 or 4 players behind him. His son was a shortstop, an outfielder, and a catcher.
Yes, he didn't need an outfielder.
On the MLB television situation, Marchand reports MLB was the party that pushed for the inclusion of the opt-out that ESPN exercised in the first place. John Sciambi, Doug, you call him Boog, right?
I do, yeah.
He said publicly after the breakup, MLB declined to comment. So Major League Baseball was the one who wanted to include the opt-out clause, and then ESPN exercised it. MLB could wind up with multiple partners divvying up the ESPN rights into different packages. NBC, which has Sunday night NFL and NBA programming, has a natural interest in growing its Sunday night offerings year-round. So NBC could wind up being the partner, but no matter what, Marchand says they're not going to get as much money as they had with the ESPN deal.
There was a tweet last night. I only saw it because Seth Davis quote tweeted it, but it was just a baseball fan in Arkansas said trying to watch the Braves and Reds or whatever it was, and he said it's blacked out in Arkansas. And then Seth Davis said, I live in L.A. and I can only watch the Dodgers by going to the game.
Oh,
and I don't know exactly what the issue is there, but it does seem like
real problems.
TV baseball has been a issue for how long now? And they've talked about it. Bill DeWitt's been on the show saying they were making it a big priority as a league. But now you do this where access to the game, where is it? You just start tuning it out. too hard to find, blacked out, can't find it. All of a sudden, people just start to get used to not watching.
They've just got such major issues, especially with the competitive balance, that they've got to do something drastic here in the next year or two. They just have to.
You're pro work stoppage.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. If that's what it takes, that's what they need to do then.
I am right there with you.
You know, it's just ridiculous. Just like, again, with the Royals calling up the guy the other night and worried about whether they're going to have to have his rights again for another year or if he's a free agent. Maybe the best player that they've got, the best prospect, should have been up at the start of the league, but because of the rules, no, we're going to keep. That's just so stupid.
Right.
Baseball, I feel like, is the one sport where they play the contract instead of the best players.
Not to mention they wait the longest to actually pay the guys when they're young. Like you have to wait 6 years until you're a free agent.
There's so many teams with no chance at all of winning it. That's not good for the game. It can't be good for the game.
Name 10.
Well, okay. White Sox, Athletics, Marlins, Pirates, Rockies, Orioles are looking like one of those.
Reds.
Could be the Reds, yeah.
So next year, I'm going to go out on a limb, Tim. I'm going to say next year that the A's, White Sox, Pirates, and Rockies probably won't be good.
Wow.
I was going to. It's June 5th today. I was going to go out on a limb and say those teams probably won't be any good next year.
You must have some deep knowledge of those farm systems. The Rockies, friends of this program, Doug, went into Miami and swept the Marlins. A few days ago, I was wondering if they'd get to 20 wins. Well, now they're only 8 shy as they swept the Marlins. What a moment for Miami.
They're on a heater.
Yeah.
Rockies, they're 12 and 50.
You think it's a happy flight?
Probably so. Probably champagne flowing.
And how about their TV broadcast every night? Hey, welcome in to Rockies baseball. We got another ball game tonight, and we'll see what happens.
Really getting a good look at some of these young kids.
Yeah.
The future's bright. Hang with us, folks.
Colorado sweeping the Miami Marlins after going into the series with all of 9 wins. Guys, I'm so tired of the baseball diehards who cannot admit that the casual sport fan hates their product. It's becoming like La Liga, where only 2 teams from the biggest cities can win. That's from Sniffin' Holes.
Well, that's mostly true, but we do see now a team like the Tigers have found a way to have the best record in baseball. Might be kind of fluky. No one saw it coming, but there they are. But for the most part,
second Bundesliga.
For the most part, he's correct. It's the big market teams that have a shot.
Yeah, and that might be why Manfred, when asked about the potential work stoppage causing issues for the television negotiations, he wants to downplay it. I mean, listen, it's not like I know, but my read is this is going to be a world war of sorts between the Players Association and the owners after the 2026 season, and yet I don't feel like we're hearing too much about it. Maybe it's because it's not going to happen and I'm off the mark, but I think this is going to be a significant moment on the timeline of this game.
Yeah, I do too. Maybe we don't hear much about it because of apathy. People stop caring, a lot of people.
Yeah, but we did read yesterday the MLB ratings on Fox and ESPN are up. Yeah. You know, there are people watching.
Well, you know, those numbers, I would say that's kind of like some spin because they're up year over year, you know?
Right.
So if they were low, then they're up. Now, in one of the, I don't know if we'll call it ESPN or Fox, they were the highest numbers they've had since 17. And I thought that was important to the conversation because now you're not just using a bad year and then saying,
right.
You're up. You know, kind of like, well, the Cardinals last year, we're a winning team, and you saw the improvement from 2023. It's like, oh, that's what our bar is going to be. I believe, based on this text, Doug, do you idiots not follow breaking news? The legislature just broke and approved billions of dollars to keep the Chiefs and Royals in Missouri. And I have not seen that anywhere else this morning. Have you guys seen this? Was this something that was covered on the 2 Fox?
No.
2 hours ago, STLtoday.com headline: Missouri Senate okays tornado aid for St. Louis in bid to keep Kansas City sports teams, because those are all connected.
The tornado relief. This was done at 2:27 a.m. A 19-13 vote. The Senate has officially passed a bill to provide funding for stadium projects for both the Chiefs and Royals. The next step is the House, so it isn't passed. That's the reason. So now it's going to the House, and if it passes there, the teams will have the option to accept the deal. So the teams have the option to accept the deal.
So still a couple of things to
Yeah.
go through.
You would think they'd always have the option. It's privately owned. They can do what they want to do ultimately.
Yeah.
There was one state senator who said Salt Lake City and Nashville had already called the Royals about their availability.
Really?
And the team had not confirmed that.
Okay.
But the
You would
state
hope
senator,
St. Louis would have called about the Chiefs.
Yeah, why not? What is it? Pucks on that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Little trade proposal.
Mario in Chicago, but he's now in Charlotte, says percentage increases are always used as sales tactics when you have a low base number. That's from Mario in Charlotte.
Okay.
And Doug, he's at war with Janet over the city of Charlotte's prospects.
Okay. I know in Kansas City there's one plan to build a big stadium downtown right next to the Power and Light District and all the activity in downtown.
That's where
Kansas
Sprint
City.
Center is, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
So all that's walkable. That would make sense for that town, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
I love those renderings. Oh, I like some good renderings of stadiums.
Oh, it's always hopeful.
Yeah, so you just see those, and they have a little fake plant over there. There's always like a family walking. There's never a drunk Hoosier in the renderings.
Wasn't there the jet skis and dolphins in the Mississippi?
Oh,
for
we had
the
a wonderful rendering. New
Rams
stadium here.
rendering?
The Mississippi was beautiful blue. Looked like you're in the Bahamas
There's a
somewhere.
family out there just water skiing on the Mississippi.
Nothing says the voice of the people like a midnight vote in a special session just before a 4-month vacation. That's from Doug's prison wallet, and he is not on board with the 1913 vote in the Missouri State Senate. Doug, but again, it has to go through the Missouri House.
It does seem like they get an
Chiefs and
awful
Wolves.
lot of vacation time. Especially the guys in Washington get an awful lot of vacation time.
Coming from Mr. 3 Weeks over there.
Wow, wow.
Look at me, look at Sevy.
Wow. Guys, if that passes, what is to keep the Cardinals from saying, what about us, and threatening to leave? That's from the 314. You guys may recall around this time last year, Bill DeWitt, was this the interview on your podcast, Martin? Talked about how at some point they're going to have to start tending to
I think
maintenance,
they're already starting some projects.
but then getting public assistance for maintenance on the stadium. And then that, of course, was not received well by many in the community, especially considering the team was not really playing well.
Well, I think this is going to open the door. We talked about it yesterday. If the Chiefs and Royals get any kind of incentives or money, if you're the Blues or your city, Cardinals, you're going to start raising your hand and say, okay, well, we got to do this and that. And I think DeWitt had said, building's about to be 20 years old. It's not exciting, but it's stuff, behind the scenes, electrical, HVAC, whatever, that they were going to be undertaking. But this particular bill, I think the pushback was from some of the St. Louis lawmakers saying you're not doing enough for the tornado damage, and apparently that was sort of the compromise.
Wouldn't the tornado damage, you think, be a no-brainer? Like the day after it happens, you call them in and say, what are we going to do right now? Wouldn't you think? Why does it take a month? What else is bigger than that at that moment right now in the state?
I think you're asking the right question.
And, it's a shame that everything takes so darn long to get done. The money's there. They could do it if they absolutely had to. Everything takes twice as long as you think it should.
Right. It's the red tape.
You are welcome to give your thoughts. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. Air Comfort Service text line. And you can also call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. The program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Oilers win Game 1 over the Florida Panthers 4-3 with Leon Draisaitl as the overtime hero for Edmonton. You can catch Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final right here on 101 ESPN tomorrow night. Oilers and Panthers, pregame at 6:30, puck drop at 7. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Aw, Doug. What a way to start the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour.
Gordon
Settle
Lightfoot.
in.
All right.
Mario and Charlotte is back.
Oh, no.
Regarding the late night Missouri State Senate vote giving the Chiefs and Royals $1 billion in tax breaks to stay on this side of the state and not move to Kansas. All right, we're playing hardball, huh? Okay, KC. Well, throw in the Metrolink infrastructure and we'll allow you to play a few regular season games in London before you move so you can ramp up your European tourism. That is Mario and Charlotte making negotiations on behalf of St. Louisans.
That worked like a charm for the Rams. We haven't thanked them enough for all the London tourists we get now from them playing games over there in England. Really a boon to our city. We'd be lost without that.
Yeah, without the European tourism dollars.
I believe Jack's brother, Kevin, actually made the case that this would be good for
on
tourism.
the 2 Fox set, and we were watching it live, and I couldn't have been more delighted by the asinine statements.
And we were supposed to believe it. I mean, how stupid does he think we were?
I have a large announcement to make for all of our great fans, both here and abroad. We'll be playing games in London, which will now further fandom for both cities.
There is no secret plan.
There was a secret plan.
What makes you say that?
Well, he told the LA Times that the day of the vote. I actually think if he didn't give that quote, it might have saved his owner $1 billion. But he said to Sam Farber, "I'll never forget. I was in my office. It was in August of 2013 when Stan called and said I found our property." Oh, wow, that's very specific.
I can call in and educate all these idiots on how capitalism works. That's from Mr. Licks, who wants to call in on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Doug, are you looking for an educational session?
Sure, yeah. I don't understand capitalism at all. If you could call in, that'd be nice.
Worson Woods Wacko says, you know what solves public money for stadiums? No state income tax. Make Missouri income tax free. That truly benefits everybody and is a catalyst for economic growth across the spectrum. See Tennessee and Texas. But politicians are too stupid to understand that. Why can't I bet on my app in Missouri yet? Why? Oh, slot machines at a gas station in Mexico, Missouri. That's why. That's from the Worson Woods Wacko. And it sounds like he's not happy this morning either.
I think I'm with him on all that, though.
So Mr. Licks and Worson Woods Wacko are building compromise?
Well, I don't know about that, but what he said about a no state income tax, yeah, I'd like to see that in Missouri.
Guys, a bunch of people are driving the wrong way downtown. There's lots of Brits here on holiday. That's from Sniffenol.
Can you imagine if you're living in London and your travel agent booked you for a vacation in downtown St. Louis? Because the Rams played there?
Yeah.
Cheerio. Where's the squad playing?
Yeah. 2 games against the Royals. I had a great time.
Thank you, Wacko. Today, we stand united. That is Mr. Licks. Wow, what a moment when Mr. Licks and the Worson Woods Wacko, after years of battling to the point where Mr. Licks was trying to get some legislation passed so that he could flood Worson Woods and turn it into Lake Ladue. He is now on the same page as the Worson Woods Wacko.
We never did ask who was going to pay for the flooding. Who was going to?
We have enough rain here. It might not cost us anything.
Yeah, for real.
Guys, can you all take calls from payphones? Hey, Licks, instead of calling in, finish cleaning my gutters, you independent contracting welfare dolt. That's from Steven Time, and it sounds like not everybody is on board just yet. A couple weeks ago at the PGA Championship, Rory McIlroy was catching a lot of heat for a couple of reasons. Number one, his driver, per Sirius XM, was flagged as being illegal. And then, when asked to make appearances to address it, he never spoke to the media. He did not play last week at the Memorial. He is playing this week, where he has won at the RBC Canadian Open. And yesterday, he did address the media and explained his side of the story. Doug, here is Rory McIlroy.
Okay, hit the lever, Pip.
PGA was a bit of a weird week. I didn't play well. I didn't play well the first day, so I wanted to go practice, so that was fine. Second day, we finished late. I wanted to go back and see Poppy before she went to bed. The driver news broke. I didn't really want to speak on that. Saturday, I was supposed to tee off at 8:20 in the morning. I didn't tee off until almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Another late finish. Was just tired, wanted to go home. And then Sunday, I just wanted to get on the plane and go back to Florida. So, and also, like, the driver stuff, I was a little off because I knew that Scotty's driver had failed on Monday, but my name was the one that was leaked. It was supposed to stay confidential. 2 members of the media were the ones that leaked it. So why, I didn't want to get up there and say something that I regretted either, because there's a lot of people that I'm trying to protect Scotty. I don't want to mention his name. I'm trying to protect TaylorMade. I'm trying to protect the USGA, PGA of America, myself. So I just didn't want to get up there and say something that I regretted at the time. And with Scotty's stuff, like, that's not my information to share. I knew that had happened, but, that's not on me to share that. And I felt, that process is supposed to be kept confidential, and it wasn't for whatever reason. And, that's why I was pretty annoyed at that.
I have to tell you,
down the middle.
Yeah, that was a nice strike. After hearing that, it explains it all, and I totally get where he's coming from, because Scotty Scheffler's driver was flagged as well, but the way it was reported was it was only McIlroy, and that's a confidential process that isn't supposed to be out there. And in addition, it was something that did not include that Scotty Scheffler's driver was flagged. Scotty Scheffler volunteered that information, but what it was doing was trying to, I think, written, between the lines, saying, that was the same driver he used to win the Masters, and therefore is Rory McIlroy's career Grand Slam tainted because he used a driver that was illegal, because people did not know about the process. And so I get why Rory McIlroy, if he's pissed off, doesn't want to address the media, and also he doesn't feel like it's his place to go, hey, Scotty Scheffler's driver was flagged as well, and this happens quite a bit, but people don't know that. Mm-hmm. So if anything, now that he has told his side of the story, I respect it. As I talked about with Jackson on the podcast yesterday, which of course is titled Hi Ho Silver, I'm on my Sibian.
And that's H-I.
H-E. He spelled it H-E-I-G-H. I hope those who were critical of Rory McIlroy 2 weeks ago and 10 days ago are as vocal in magnifying his side of the story. Oft times that, of course, is not what takes place.
No. It was a very thoughtful response, and we usually mock Jackson for it being too long, but I actually think it needed
it all.
Context there. And then but I couldn't help but wait for that ending. I didn't know if you were going to have the ball hitting the bottom of the cup.
That's a good one.
Or the swing and the strike. But I think he did a very good job of detailing his thought process.
Yeah. As I remember, the illegal driver, it's not like they brought out some newfangled futuristic club that hits the ball farther. It's just the driver he'd always been using was hit too many times.
Yeah, the wear and tear.
So that the ball tended to go farther, springier. So
the more a driver is used, the more the driver face has a trampoline-like effect.
Yeah. Right. So to me, that doesn't really feel like blatant cheating of any,
and I think
kind. I wonder if they even know that these clubs are illegal after a while.
I doubt
exactly how many times you have to hit before it becomes illegal. It's probably hard to know.
I think, and I'm just speculating here, that they likely keep it confidential because it's a pretty often, it happens a lot and it's not that big a deal. But if it comes out, it looks a lot worse or sounds a lot worse than it probably is.
Because most people had not heard. But there's a player, he's by no means a well-known player, but he's been playing in a number of the larger events, the signature events, by the name of Michael Kim, who's kind of replaced Max Homa on social media. And he does these Q&As, and he goes, drivers get flagged all the time. But the first time I think the majority of the public heard about it was with Rory. And as Rory's saying, he goes, I don't know why, but for whatever reason, the report was leaked about mine, even though I knew it had happened to Scotty as well. And he's about to win the PGA Championship, and I'm not going to sit there and out that. That's not my place to do it. So I just kept my mouth shut. Mr. Licks does not agree, though. He says Rory is so effing Charmin soft. That's from Mr. Licks.
I'll be darned. Well, would it not be possible just to hand him a new driver when a tournament begins that's just like the one that they normally use, like a newer copy of what they're using, so that you know that nobody's driver is illegal?
Some guys like the one that,
Yeah, if you have clubs that work for you, you don't want to mess
Well, no,
with
but
it.
it could be the same same
but
model.
it's grip's brand new. It might feel different in their hands. I listened to some TaylorMade technician talk about Rory. He said if he wraps his shafts with another layer of tape, literally paper thin, Rory will instantly know.
Yeah, that was something in the Armin Katayan book on Tiger Woods, that he could feel the weight of a putter, even if it was a gram off. I can't imagine that, but that was mentioned about Tiger. Trying to protect Scotty by using him as an example and defending yourself, this guy is losing it. That is from Steven Time.
But Scotty already said that this happened. Rory didn't break that news right there. That's a bad take.
I do think for the most part, though, the stars of any game could take 5 minutes to explain themselves. We're not asking an hour and a half or an hour, even 30 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes, even if he got on and said, I can't really discuss the clubs because that's confidential. Next question. I think they have to try to smooth it over a little bit more, because when you just walk away from everybody, it looks like you're up to something. You don't do yourself any real favors, I don't think.
I'm always surprised in motorsports when they flag them after the race. Like, what did they think was going to... They know there's going to be an inspection. Like, yeah, we added an extra carburetor, hoping you don't notice. They always catch them, and I guess they're just hoping that the inspector that day didn't have a good whoop night, and he didn't have a good sleep, and he's just not going to notice. They're just hoping they can sneak one past the inspector.
Let's see. I know it's biased AF, but I really appreciate Rory and his thoughtfulness in answers. That's from Shrimply Pibbles. Doug, he is normally known for sending in pictures of his wife, but today he appreciated Jackson's soundbite.
Okay.
My favorite golfer.
Rory is.
Probably ever. Tiger. But Rory, yeah.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. He has a perfect swing. I like the way he carries himself. Yeah. I really like Rory.
I'd have to go with John Daly.
I think a lot of people would.
The pride of Jefferson City Highs?
Yep.
Gary Player.
Is that right? He'll scold you. You think Doug weight shames people.
Yeah,
Gary Player will really come after you.
Very into that fitness, but I did a story in Lake Geneva when I worked in Madison, and I was the only one who showed up to put out a press release that we're opening a new course. And it was the middle of the summer. There's a little light in the sports world. So I told my boss, I'll go down to that. I'm the only one who showed up, and he could not have been nicer. Would you like me to wear a microphone? He puts a little mic, and we walked like a couple holes, and there were people following him, and he would do these putts where he was blindfolded, and he's still knocking down putts, and he just could not have been more pleasant and fun to be around. And I've always said, that's my guy.
Yeah.
But he did say, ease up on the donuts.
Apparently Sam Snead wasn't that popular because he came into the studio and got punched by somebody.
Mike Chops Ritter, I believe, exchanged blows with Sam Snead.
True?
In what sounds like Mad Libs, Martin, but some listeners insist that Sam Snead demanded that somebody hit him in the gut. And the people have said it's former KFNS producer Mike Chops Ritter. And I need
who created begging for calls. Accidentally created that.
Of course, Jackson loves Rory. That's from Smoky Taint.
Yeah, I don't know why. Of course, I just have always liked Rory. When I was really getting into golf, 2013-14, Rory was one of the best player in the world. Everyone thought he'd be the next Tiger.
Quit simping for Rory. He's not going to sleep with you. That's from Ernie Bjorkman.
I'm not dignifying that with a response.
Would you punch Sam Snead?
Right.
At what, like the ripe age of 88?
He's not even still alive, is he? He's got to be going
Well, yeah, but how old? He was probably in his 80s when he came by the studio.
Yeah.
I'd punch him.
Makes it a little
if he
safer
asked.
to punch him.
Yeah. But you never know how hard to punch when someone says punch me and they're elderly.
If y'all could have a few scotch with any player, who would it be? I've got my answer. Doug, who would you go with?
John Daly.
That's not a bad answer. Martin, who are you going to have a scotch with? A few of them, for that matter.
So I'm assuming they'd be fun, right? That's the whole, like Tiger is the biggest name, but I don't know. He'd be annoyed that he had to spend time with me because, what is this, like an auction item or something? Koepka might be fun, like interesting, but also might be kind of...
He's got a little...
Have a little bit of
edge to him.
Yeah, I think there could be some banter there. I'm going to go Greg Norman. Just for stories.
Papers, are you going?
I'm in the same camp as Martin where I want stories, and this guy kind of bridges the old and the new and seems like an awesome guy. Freddie Boom Boom Couples.
That was my answer.
Yeah.
That was my answer.
Yeah.
I think that's the play.
Yeah, he spawns multiple different kind of generations and seems like a really cool guy.
Might be a little low-key, right?
Yeah, and Duffner is kind of ask any tour player. If you ask 10, I bet 4 or 5 of them would say the funniest player on tour is Jason Duffner. So that would kind of be interesting. Not a guy you think of, but a major champion.
Okay.
I think that's the chairman. Do you have an answer on this? I think Freddie Couples might be the right answer.
Hard to say because I don't drink, but I'd go skiing with DJ.
Skiing with DJ.
Skiing with Dustin Johnson?
Phil would be cool. That's from the 636.
Yeah.
I'd love to hang out with Bob Tway for obvious reasons. That's from Big Tough. Doug, what does that mean? He's got time. Martin, he's a St. Louisan in some capacity. We had him on the show, and he's got some St. Louis connections.
Is that true?
That is true.
Oh, it's not just a text line thing?
No.
Oh, he really does?
He does.
I never figured out why you guys... Did Joe Thomas call this show a bunch?
Yes. His brother-in-law is a TMA listener. And he became a friend of the show. Wow. And he would come on and say, free Dotem. And,
disappointing.
He was passionate about the cause of Deke Dotem's freedom and liberation.
Very disappointing.
He's got kind of a Chris Long vibe, I would say, Joe Thomas.
Yeah, that's a nice play. Yeah, you knew that would be a guy that could go into broadcasting if he wanted to. Did Jackson just say Freddie spawned a few generations of golfers? I think probably true, but I think he meant spanned. That's from Mario in Charlotte, who's at war with Janet over the city of Charlotte.
For sure meant spanned. If I said spawned, I apologize.
Spawned, that would mean he
gave birth. No doubt. No.
They leaped from his loins.
Yeah. If I said that, I apologize. I meant spanned.
You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air, sponsor of that email of the day. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at DesignAirService.com. The program is called The Morning After, and it airs here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Coming up, we got Radio Wars. Radio Wars. Now, of course, this show is at war with the Fast Lane. Very awkward yesterday as Jackson and I were sitting there with Anthony Stalter on the spread zone and the Riz Show, and very awkward as we were sitting there with Scott Rizzuto of the Riz Show. But that's the professionalism that this show is known for, that we were able to rise above the Radio Wars. These Radio Wars feature perhaps the most highly compensated person in this industry, and someone who at one point was on a trajectory to reach big time dollars, but is kind of, I don't know what the right word would be, gotten public with her disagreements with shows. We'll have that for you coming up next. Doug, you love good Radio Wars.
Sure.
You're going to get it next here on TMA.
Home mortgage loans can get a bit complicated, you know that, but Together Credit Union is here for you throughout the entire process. They are your hometown loan provider. Together Credit Union, with a home loan solution for every single buyer out there. Fixed rate, adjustable rate, conventional jumbo loans, they have it all. Get in on the action, whether you're buying your first home, downsizing, sizing up, or need a second mortgage. It's Together Credit Union for all of the above. Specialty loans like FHA, construction, union member mortgages, community contributor mortgages. Together Credit Union understands this process gets complicated. They keep it easy, simple, and it's all handled in-house right here in St. Louis. Together Credit Union's experienced team handles the underwriting, the servicing, everything in between, all done locally. Remember, Together Credit Union is your hometown home loan provider. Check out our rates at togethercu.org. Here's to making St. Louis your home. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
I have to tell you, I think this might be one of my least favorite songs of all time.
The Shania song?
Yeah.
I was going to play a Drake song in this return, but couldn't pick just the right one.
Boy, you blew it, Pale.
As a
Kid
big,
doesn't like it.
What is that for yourself? As a big Drake fan, I want to just play the right song. So I went with the first Shania song I could find. So.
And she left for about 20 years.
Yeah.
Came back. Is this a boot scoot?
Yeah, boot scoot.
I love the boot scoot.
Signature tune.
Clipping that off.
Martin's getting into that.
Because on the audio, there's not going to be the song under it, so it's just going to be him doing that himself.
I feel like when we were in Nashville, every bar you'd walk by, there was some woman in there singing this.
Oh, is that right?
Feels
Trying to get the career off the ground. It is TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And our 9 o'clock hour here on this radio / podcast presentation is presented by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Doug was hanging out with him and his son, Greg Vaughn. And that was at number 12, which was 114.7 yards last week at the Dome at Oak Valley.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, there are some power lines that run in front of the tee, and we worried about that the first day, and only like one guy out of, I don't know how many golfers there were, 50 or so, only one guy hit it. Second day, like 5 guys hit it. They were peppering the power lines.
As I was over the ball, I said, I didn't see the power lines here. This might be a problem for higher trage players. And I guess it snagged them on Friday.
Mm-hmm. For some reason, that was a tough green to put the ball on.
Tim's 100% right. That song's trash. It's from the 314.
Here we go.
We have a text of the day. Jackson, I know you were looking for audio of this. You got it. Martin, I deep teased Radio Wars. Now, as I mentioned, this show is in, heated Radio Wars with the Fast Lane and with the Riz Show. It is not easy when we see them in the hallways.
You're going to get punched by somebody.
I just walk by that Riz show. I just give the middle finger to their window.
I think that's the right thing to do. But now we have actual Radio Wars going on at Sirius XM, where former ESPN anchor, and I think she was on Fox Sports. Was she not on Fox Sports for a time with Colin Cowherd? Am I correct on that? Has my nurse checked on that? I don't know if my nurse... Maybe she worked with Colin Cowherd before he went to Fox. Michelle Beadle, who disliked the show Get Up on ESPN so much that I think she only was on it for a few weeks when it debuted.
Now, I respect that.
I really, she would roll her eyes at the topics on the air, and eventually they're just like, okay.
More like Get Out.
They did, and she worked out a buyout, and that was the end of it. So since then, she has gone to doing a program. She'll pop up on the monitor in here. What network is she on? We'll see that show.
It's like the FanDuel network.
Yeah, that's the AK network.
Yes.
But FanDuel carries like Stadium, and what do they have their own?
Right now they
content?
have. We have TNT on right now. It's the French Open's on. But then she went to Sirius XM, and I think she's been doing a show at Sirius XM for a number of years. But found out yesterday, Doug, that she is no longer going to be doing that show because Stephen A. Smith went on, what was he on, Mad Dog?
So this is on Mad Dog Unleashed, the Sirius XM network.
Got it. And announced that he is coming back, which became how Michelle found out that her time slot is going to be gone to Stephen A. Smith. Here is Michelle Beadle.
Michelle. Man, all I ask is to be treated with respect. Well, how many times do I say I give what I get what I give? And so here we are. We're going to do our shows because we're contractually obligated to be here. We're going to talk about Tibbs because, they fired him yesterday in the middle of this here show, which we both reacted to very organically and genuinely because as much as people had sort of been talking about it, it still felt very, very absurd after a 51-win season and just being eliminated from the Eastern Conference Finals. And I've heard so many theories. I've heard so many buts, and it's time. And I will never agree with anybody saying that. I think that is absolutely absurd, stupid, short-sighted, and asinine. But then again, what isn't? So, 888 Mad Dog 6 is how you can reach us today. And it's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun few hours here.
Yeah, I'm sure. And I'm sure no one's feelings will get hurt in any way, shape, or form. 888 Mad Dog 6. How you guys doing? Because announcements abound. I heard Shine. The big three are back. Oh, yeah.
What does that mean? Big what?
Big three, Mad Dog.
Oh, you mean, well, if you want 2 hours of Jamal Williams needs to show up for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Wait, who's Jamal Williams? That's right, a guy who doesn't exist. And by the way, I'll have lots of these fun types of nuggets for you for as long as we remain on the air. Just as like an appetizer, amuse-bouche, if you will. We're coming in hot today, ladies and gentlemen. Coming in hot.
Michelle Beadle opened up the program by saying, it's a reminder we're all just pieces of S to someone. If you forgot, there it is. That was what she said to Front Office Sports after finding out that Stephen A. Smith was taking over her time slot. She was good-humored per Front Office Sports about the situation. She said it was sort of therapeutic. I thought we did a pretty cool show for 2 years. On Wednesday morning, Stephen A. Smith broke the news on the Howard Stern Show that he was returning to Mad Dog Radio on September 2nd with 2 new shows, and that is how Michelle Beadle found out that her show was going away.
How many shows can he do? He's on all the time already, isn't he?
And he has a podcast.
And he's still on ESPN? Mm-hmm. And he can go to other networks as well and work?
I don't know on that.
It appears he can.
Right. Probably different if it's radio versus something. But I have no idea. If he's doing it, I think he's allowed to do it. I don't know.
He must.
Michelle Beadle said she thought that they were going to get hell because she was slamming Knicks owner James Dolan over the Tom Thibodeau firing. And she said she opens up the Hollywood Reporter thinking that they were going to get ripped in there. And instead, the Hollywood Reporter comes out and there is his face. I was like, I should have known. That was just kind of gross. I don't care that we're being replaced or what have you. It happens all the time in this business. But a little respect would have been nice. Good Lord. I was totally blindsided. Just really embarrassed, to be honest. And one of the reasons she says she's embarrassed is because she has been sideways with Stephen A. Smith. I don't recall this. Do you guys recall this when Stephen A. Smith talked about Ray Rice in 2014, that famous video?
Where
and
hit his girlfriend or threw her in an elevator or something?
Yes. Mm-hmm. And whatever Stephen A. Smith said regarding domestic violence led to a week-long suspension. And at that time, Michelle Beadle wrote on Twitter, so I was just forced to watch this morning's First Take. A, I'll never feel clean again. B, I'm now aware that I can provoke my own beating. Stephen A. Smith apologized, and he was suspended for a week. The two have been at odds ever since, according to Beadle, who says, quote, I don't respect him. I don't respect his work. He doesn't like me. This goes back to the Ray Rice stuff. He made some really piggish comments on the air. I responded. He got suspended for like 2 weeks. I think that was sort of the beginning of the end for anything. I just don't respect him. I think he gets things wrong all the time. I'm not talking about opinions. Those can never be wrong, but facts. When you spread yourself so thin, it's hard to be right. I'm not a fan. It's Michelle Beadle on Stephen A.
So that's what made it sting even worse, that it was him.
Right.
Yeah.
I wonder if he sought that time slot, if he said
attention, like Don Corleone.
Yeah, he's like, you know, if you got a show, I'll take her show, potential. I appreciate her honesty, but I would say now she's available for the Real Housewives of TMA. I mean,
so she could join.
It seems to me she's
Sharon and
available.
Clayton.
Natural. Hello.
And the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, who hasn't sent in a video yet.
No. That's our tranny representation.
In most cases, when on-air hosts are fired, they have to go quiet for contractual reasons, noted Beadle. See Max Kellerman, who has been in veritable witness protection since getting dropped from First Take. That's why Beadle says she loved letting it all hang out with her listeners on Wednesday. She promises to do the same as long as her Sirius XM show remains on the air. So she is under contract for another couple months, so maybe that's what she will do. Usually that is not the way that it works in the industry.
Usually if you're replaced, even if you have more time on your contract, you've done your last show already because they're afraid of what you might say.
Sure.
They hand you a box.
Yeah. So it's really quite unusual that she's still going to be on for 2 months to continue to rip the management there.
In Stephen A's defense, if there wasn't a demand or if her show were extremely popular, they wouldn't be letting her go.
That is the way that the business works.
I appreciate her. I'm not the biggest Michelle Beadle fan, but I appreciate her.
Have you interacted with Michelle Beadle? I have not.
No interaction at all. But to each his own, to each her own. But I appreciate her being totally honest about Stephen A, because at least she's not holding back her thoughts on him, who I believe yesterday he announced how to end the war in Ukraine.
Oh, wow.
While on First Take.
Yeah, that's probably the place to do it.
How was that? He should tell the warring parties.
Yeah. I didn't click on it, Doug, but I saw it pop up.
Sharon and Clayton says, Beadle seems like a cool gal. I would welcome her easily. So Sharon and Clayton sounds like she's forming an alliance with Michelle Beadle. Doug, if you're able to land both of them on Real Housewives of TMA, which was greenlit yesterday.
Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TMA.
Starring Michelle Beadle.
That would be great for the Q rating.
Oh, it would?
You need like one major star.
Whoa. What about
Yeah, Jackson.
I think she's a star to us. But we're
Okay.
looking for a national Q rating.
Okay,
you know?
national star.
Iggy is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he says, I've interviewed Beetle.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Your boy Eric in the Central West End is not a fan.
Can't
Of
imagine.
Michelle Beadle?
Yeah.
I can imagine.
Said she sucks. Then he says, Jesus, who cares about Michelle Beadle? She should go cry with Dan Lebitard and Bill Simmons.
What's going on? What's going on with all of
former
this?
Espen people, I
Jackson,
guess.
you're a Bill Simmons guy. What's going on with Bill Simmons, Dan Lebitard? They're crying?
I think he's saying people that left ESPN and then swiped back or took shots at ESPN.
Yeah, but they've all gone on and made way more money doing their own thing. That's kind of the way you do things in this business now. All
But
due
they're
respect.
crying, according to Eric in the
Got
Central
it.
West End.
All right, fair enough. Tell Sharon to nope.
No, stop it.
He told her
Stop
no.
it, wacko.
Yeah, so sometimes I'll be in the midst of a read and then I go, nah, probably best not to read it. You can send your text in 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. And you also can call into the program, as many have chosen to do today. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Alec Burleson was scheduled to join the program today, but because of the rainout last night and the Cardinal doubleheader today, he is not able to join us. Here is what we've got for the Cardinal lineup, Doug. We've got a twin bill. Let's play two. They said
sure.
12:45
2.
first pitch.
Couple of them.
It is not raining as I look out to the south over Olive here in Creve Coeur right now, but it certainly is overcast. Your lineup is as follows: Newt Barr, Wynn, Donovan, Contreras, Herrera, Arenado, Burleson, and then the new right fielder, Martin, how do you pronounce that name?
Valade.
And then Pedro Pages, Miles Michaelis getting the start for game one, Matthew Liberatore, game two. Both of those pitchers proudly represent the South Side Seamen, and so we expect great things from them. There's a lot of pride that comes with being a member of one of the most storied fantasy franchises in the history of sports, and I know that Miles Michaelis felt bad about not pitching well for me in his last outing, so I appreciate that he cares that much.
May I do some crowdsourcing?
Oh, yeah.
That's the basis for the business.
If you're a Royals player and you're in St. Louis for a game and you get rained out and find out in the afternoon that you're not playing, what do you do the rest of the day?
Okay, so they found out what time, Martin, when you let Burleson know he wasn't playing?
2 or 3?
It was about 3:30, maybe 4 even, 3:30 to 4. But I noticed a lot of guys, even after it was, they still put on their gear and went, like they still did their work.
Yeah.
Sure.
They didn't just, like, if it was us, woohoo, we would have run out the door. They all, I was talking to Halsey, and then as soon as the game was, he got dressed and went out to do a workout or into the
It's almost like
weight
that's how
room.
they got there in the first place.
Like by being committed,
Yeah.
hardworking. But I'd say by 5 o'clock, everybody had scattered,
Yeah.
Royals included. I don't know, probably just a nice dinner. You got to get up early.
Catch a movie, maybe.
Yeah.
Hang out.
Where would you go to catch the movie, though? You think they call an Uber?
Yeah.
These guys get an Uber?
Uber the Foundry, go to the
All
draft
right.
house there.
You think they were all at the draft house watching?
Yeah, well, I don't know. These are millionaires, nothing to do on a weekday night. Thought they were playing
I think
ball.
just fancy meal.
Got to get
go
up
to bed.
early tomorrow. They're probably not going to go out and have a bunch of libations. Hang out.
I don't know. It'd be a sweet life to have, though, wouldn't it?
Guys, I saw some Royals at Dave & Buster's. That's from the Jerkwood from Kirkwood.
Oh, did you?
Arbor Day says they went to the Magic House?
I don't think so. It's closed.
Is it?
Well, at that time of night, at nighttime it is.
Not a lot there
Yeah, but
for
if Bobby Wood Jr. wants to go do that thing with his hair.
I do
Yeah,
like
where
that.
you touch the electricity.
Problem with me is it doesn't come. Once it goes up, it's really tough to get it back.
Oh no!
I have a lot of work. I got to go to the bathroom real quick.
Can we get a snapshot of that?
Can we get another show called The Real Text Walruses of TMA? Hosted at Cracker Barrel, highlight a bunch of doughy Hoosiers yelling about Marmol and their Kias with QT trash in their seats. That's from the Crestwood Coyote. Doug, this is now a third show.
That would be easier to do, I'm sure. We'd have plenty of contestants ready to go for that.
You could do kind of like a David Attenborough kind of Animal Planet kind of thing with the Midwestern South County Hoosier.
Ask people just how much are you eating?
Good thing Palante isn't on your team, Tim. You clearly know ball. That's from Palante is a nerd. Wow, this is a Palante troll account.
Yeah, what did he ever do to this guy? They're pretty solid.
I didn't have a great start the other night, but
Certainly,
I didn't know that he had
Michael or-
vitriol. Seemed just like a likable sort. No, I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
Of all the people to target.
Andre Palante taking heat. So there it is. Game 1 will get underway here in about 3 hours. Burleson's going to join the program today. You can join the program by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which will come your way in approximately an hour. Doug, do you know anything about Design Air Heating and Cooling?
Well, sure I do. When it comes to heating and cooling, you got to trust the name that's been around longer than all of us. Design Air Heating and Cooling, proudly serving the area now since 1904. That was a big year for St. Louis, 04. The Olympics and the World's Fair, and Design Air comes into business. Over a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. They're not just another HVAC company. They are the longest-running sponsor on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot to us, and it should to you. At the helm, Seth Goldcamp, a name you can trust, leading a team that truly values integrity. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You will never be sold something you don't need, whether you're dealing with the St. Louis heat or the summer cold. They've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit DesignAirService.com and schedule your service today. Design Air comfort you can count on since 1904, and now the home of the handsome repairman.
Email in for that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Email of the day, AI has a win, goodorbad.com, Street Team has a win, and Beef Mayo has a win. That's also the email address to email in your video clip for getting selected to be a part of the Real Housewives of TMA, which Doug Vaughn had greenlit yesterday by Tommy Mattern of Hubbard Radio Management, and this thing is about to become a hit. You have had your Aaron Spelling moment.
I don't know.
And you are about to produce a worldwide hit. Sharon and Clayton will not be able to leave her chateau in Clayton without being chased by paparazzi. And now with Michelle Beadle's possible involvement. Wow.
Yeah. She seems like a lock. Michelle Beadle seems like a lock from what we've discussed. I don't think we'll have any trouble landing her.
Don't they know we are hosting the UFL Conference Championship this weekend? I want to see 40,000 packing a dome with me. That's from Don Peepee. Martin, it's coming up on the 2 Fox.
5 o'clock kickoff, or at least coverage. Please tune in right at 5, and then the kickoff will be shortly thereafter. Yeah, we've got the XFL Conference Championship. Doug, they're in a division, but it's called a conference.
Okay.
There's 4 teams, but the top 2 will now play for the right to move on to the UFL Championship, which is the following Saturday.
If you look for the Battlehawks to win the whole thing, would they be the favorite?
I'm a little worried about their offense, Doug.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, they don't have a ton of offense. 7 players on the all-UFL team.
Blankenship's still the best kicker in the league?
Yeah, he made 21 of 22.
You would think he'd get another NFL shot, wouldn't you, kicking like that?
He is pretty good. The only miss he had was over 50 yards. Yeah, that's coming up Sunday, Tim, at 5. So 5 you and Anna Marie will get there, about 4:40, roll in?
Are we still tailgating?
Yeah,
we're still
absolutely.
tailgating? So, yeah, we got a tailgate. I'm looking for odds on the festivities. I would imagine it's something you can bet on. Yes, UFL is available. Here we go.
I'm going to say the Defenders are favored.
It's a tight line. The Battlehawks are -1.5, and the Stallions are -1 over the Panthers. There is your UFL plays, Doug, if you're interested. And if you want to bet on who is going to win the UFL championship, you get 2.25 to 1 on your money if you bet the Battlehawks to ship it. The favorite, however, the Birmingham Stallions. They're +210. Michigan, the Panthers +230, and the DC Defenders +450. So big underdogs for the DC Defenders to win the whole thing. Martin, sounds like you think the DC Defenders are valuable.
I watched those guys. They got that Jordan Teamu coming back to the Dome. Former Battlehawks quarterback in 2020, Doug. Remember that?
And then he went to the NFL. Wasn't he a backup somewhere in the NFL?
Was he on the Redskins for a minute, maybe? I forget.
Yeah.
No, that was the other guy. Who was the other guy that played with
Taylor
Heineke?
Heineke.
Yeah, starter there for a while.
Big Tuft, who I believe goes by I don't know the years, Tim, in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is back, and he didn't like your idea for the Real Housewives 2 hours earlier, but he's still listening and says the Real Housewives idea is outdated and irrelevant. Doug, so he is not on board with your show.
Well, it wasn't really my idea. Somebody came up with an AI song. We said, hey, that's kind of funny. We should really do that. That's
I like a little like hardcore.
You do, like a dirty.
That's the opening scene.
No, it won't be that. Will, I can promise you it can't be that.
It wouldn't be a bad thing to apologize to Big Tuft, though.
All right, I'm sorry, Tufter. Wasn't really my idea. I just said I have time to do something like that. So maybe we'll get it off the ground.
I'm
maybe
with you,
not.
Doug.
Who knows?
I'm with you. Whatever you need from me, man. You just let me know.
All right.
Guys, Amos Otis was with me at Katie's last night. Then we went to Game 6, honky tonk, and really got after it. Freddie Potek met us there. That's from Stephen Wildwood.
Oh, the little shortstop who was so good. He was like 5'4".
That's who Chairman Steve was with.
Oh, man, look at the sideburns on Amos Otis. Man, oh, man.
Oh, he was a good player.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. They go almost to his neck.
The Real Housewives is awful. We cannot reward the yapping, Doug. That's from Arbor Day.
The yapping.
You haven't even heard the yapping.
What a sentence.
Cannot reward the yapping.
It's the Commanders now, Martin. Now I have to have a talk with my kids. That's from the unknown DJ, and I guess he'd like you to apologize.
I believe what I was referencing was at the time he was there, I thought it might have been the Redskins. It does appear in 2021 he was with the Washington football team.
Which they should go back to. That's a great. I think it's
You like WFT?
I think it's a cool thing.
It's too much like English soccer where you're getting cutesy with the names.
I don't think it's cutesy at all. I think it's the most direct, no-nonsense name of all time, the Washington football team. I think it's great.
Who are you with? The Washington football team.
Yeah, playing the football team. I think it's great.
Okay.
I'd go back to it. Although I do like the Commanders' uniforms.
You like the maroon and yellow.
The color scheme, take it or leave it, but I like how it looks kind of like military font. It's pretty. I think it's pretty cool. Have like little patches.
A uniform endorsement. It's not easy to get this guy's endorsement in uniforms. I want that on the record. All right, Cardinal doubleheader. We've given you the lineup. Miles Michaelis on the mound for the Redbirds' 12:45 start. And taking a look at the forecast, they should be good for the day game. The night game might be more troublesome based on the forecast, Doug. It's looking a little rough. With the possibility of storms tonight, but I think going to be fine during the day. We'll see. It's been fluctuating left and right.
Fifth doubleheader this year already.
That? 5 doubleheaders, and you're talking about June 5th.
And in 2020, the COVID year, remember those 7-inning doubleheaders they would do? They had 13 that year, and that was by design, and they've already got 5 this
Hello,
year.
retractable roof. Gosh, they need it badly. Need it badly.
Well, the state Senate's throwing money around. Now is the time to go down and
I'll
get
protest.
You're going to protest the retractable roof.
Because you like rainouts.
I like sitting at a baseball stadium with the night sky or the sun over my head.
You can have that.
No.
You retract the roof.
It's never, they all look like crap. Every single one. They all look bad.
They don't.
Okay.
What's the best of them?
Have you seen Seattle's?
Mount Rushmore of
Seattle's
retractable
is
roofs.
probably the best, but even that looks ridiculous. They all look bad. Truly. All the best baseball stadiums are open air. All the best football stadiums. Football that's a little touching. That's a little different.
Does Atlanta's, the football stadium, don't they have like kind of a kaleidoscope where that?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of windows, but I think it is a dome.
Yeah.
But it has kind of like a kaleidoscope.
Yes, it is a unique venue.
Yeah. No, I think the retractable roofs look terrible, especially for baseball.
I'm sure somewhere in the future someone will figure out how to make an affordable dome that can cover up a stadium in times of bad weather.
Sure.
It'll happen.
Like a temporary thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just tarp it, like after a
it's
big
probably
storm.
more than that.
Throw a
Saran
tarp
wrap.
up there.
But it's a major problem for an organization to have to deal with this. It's a problem for the team. It's a problem for the revenue coming in. It's a problem for the fans.
Major problem?
Sure. When you get rainouts like this, major
And
hassle
I
for
think
them.
yesterday they wanted to cancel it as early as possible, in part because we just had all the tornado issues. And I think
that's fair.
I think they just wanted to keep people from getting in their car and coming down. I think they were sensitive to that. Instead of trying to work that game in last night, like, let's just bang the game.
And you could see from radar that it was probably going to rain much of the night.
Rained a lot.
Stephen Wildwood is not happy. Yeah, Doug, that'll go well with the apartments. That's Stephen Wildwood. He is not happy that you might block his view.
Well, the roof would be open probably 70 or 80% of the time. You'd have your view. Not saying it needs to be there when the weather's nice. How often do you go to Busch Stadium where the weather's perfect? 50% maybe?
Yeah. I think that's worth it.
A lot of games where it's cold, rainy, way too hot.
How about this text? Doesn't the sun and moon rising and setting each day create a natural retractable roof effect for the Earth?
Wow. Man,
I'm going to say no to that. Unless you're indoors.
I'm going to need to sit with that one for a little.
You have to be indoors to have a roof over your head.
That feels like something that would be on the dossier, like 10-3.
Yeah, 10-3. Clearing the deck.
Clearing the deck. Let's think about it.
Milwaukee has a retractable roof. That's from the 309.
Yes, they do.
We've talked about
Hot
that one.
ass.
Sometimes it gets... You've never been to the park.
I've seen what it looks
On
like.
television, it, just like what we experienced last weekend, looks like hot ass.
That was terrible.
Now, I've been to Minute Maid Park. I haven't been to Miller Park or whatever the hell it's called now.
American Family.
Is that what it is? And while the dimensions of Minute Maid Park actually anger me, in particular left field, and when they had the hill with the flagpole in the middle of it.
Towels
Yes,
Hill.
exactly. The ballpark itself, I think, is nice.
And it's way bigger than it appears on TV when you walk in there.
But they have that street directly behind left field, so they can't move that wall back. So it just is, it's a farce. At the same time, Pesky's pole came into play yesterday, Doug, with the Angels and Red Sox. Who was it? It was one of their prospects who hit a home run off the pole, and it is 240 feet down the line. And
that's like a pop-up.
Yeah. and it's so tough to do because it's like a wraparound shot.
Right.
And they hit the pole, and then off the pole it landed on some lady who looked like she was petrified.
Oh, no.
I need to watch that video.
Their coaches were fighting before the game. The Red Sox and Angels.
Tyler Anderson and one of the Red Sox coaches.
Yeah.
I wonder how many balls Ted Williams wrapped around that short pole there in right field. Probably a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
Cardinals Stadium in August feels a lot like Palm Beach in March. That's from Morrison Woods Wacko.
Oh, there's a lot of days it's just unbearable to go.
I bet at the peaks are as good as it gets. Sitting out there on a beautiful night.
You'd still have that. You open the roof.
It looks weird. It looks wrong. And honestly, it feels wrong. Baseball is meant to be played outdoors.
And it is.
Yeah, not
until the weather's horrible.
Then that's part of the game. That's what I say. You roll with the punches. Weather comes, either play or don't. I wouldn't sacrifice that roof.
The Milwaukee Park is very nice. No AC, only hate. It does look terrible on television, but it's great for baseball. That's from Bomscon Scoobyan.
Oh, gosh.
I don't mind that Miller Park. It's not a top 10, but it's not a dump.
No, it looks
You've never
awful.
been there.
That's fair. I can't say it's a dump. I won't say it's a dump. It looks bad on TV.
And every once in a while the roof gets stuck.
And the shadows are ridiculous. I think it's goofy.
Mario in Charlotte says the Cardinals will have a nice retractable roof when they're in Nashville in 2035.
Oh, no. I thought for sure Minnesota when they built their new stadium.
That's the one that I can't figure out.
Yeah. If anyone needs it, that's
snows in July.
Gorgeous looking stadium.
It is a nice looking stadium. I will say that. If and when the Twins ever get to the World Series,
That's
Pablo
gonna be tough.
Lopez on the IL now with a shoulder issue, so that might hurt the cause. It's going to be quite a scene. All right, it is 9:56 in St. Louis. Martin, I know you got some onboarding. You're going to meet with Chaim Bloom today.
Chaim and I are going to discuss matters, yes. By the way, we rip Jackson all the time, or we allow for it to happen. I think it's worth noting the texters coming in strong. I am Team Libby. Roofs are dumb. And then the next one says, love you, Jackson.
Nice.
How about that?
Nice.
How about that? It's all happening.
Very nice. It's very nice. I appreciate it. Yeah. I mean, it's all opinion. You can love a retractable. I get Doug's logic is rock solid. I think they look
Tim, then there's Eric in the Central West End. Of course, Libby Jack wants a retractable roof.
I don't want a retractable roof. Why would it be of course? Not even clever anymore.
The way you wrote it, though, Martin, was of course Libby Jack wants a
woof like a
retractable
5-year-old
roof.
girl. And actually, you did not want one.
No, I don't.
Eric recant.
No, he won't. No integrity.
No integrity.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin's going to onboarding. This program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Looks like Jackson's landed on his Drake beat.
Mm-hmm. A little newer era Drake, but still great.
Still great, did you say?
Mm-hmm.
This is great.
I like it a lot.
Okay.
One of the highest selling artists of all time.
No. I don't pretend to get it, but
A friend of the restaurant, Louis.
Yes. Every time he comes in town, he goes there.
I ate there a couple weeks ago, and I saw that they have plates autographed by those who have dined there. And you know whose plate was right above our table? Halsey.
Oh, really?
And I didn't know she had been through.
That's
and
interesting.
Dined there.
Yeah.
I bet you're a Halsey guy.
She's great. Yeah. A couple bangers. Yeah.
Doug, what's your Mount Rushmore of Halsey?
I couldn't tell you any.
She did a song with Benny Blanco called East Side. Really good. Really like that song.
So that's
she's
your
great.
George Washington.
She did a cover, too, of, what is this
Cover
song?
2 is what Lovey Smith ran. They called it the Tampa 2.
Yeah, two safeties.
Cover D. She did it's the Justin Bieber song.
What cover
My mama
Justin
don't
Bieber?
like you as she likes everyone.
Nice.
Love Yourself.
Love Yourself. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman Kurt's got the Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, she did a cover of that I really liked.
All right. Now it's time for Doug, your Thomas Jefferson of Halsey.
I don't have any Halsey songs for you. None.
Bad at Love.
I don't know if I've heard that.
I imagine it sounds like all the others, right?
Wow.
Is she Canadian? Nah, rats.
Halsey is awful. That's from Moistest Aloo.
Yes. I think she's good. I didn't know she came through St. Louis.
Guys, just got some inside intel. I heard the Royals had dinner at the standalone Auntie Anne's downtown and then went and rode the trolley up and down the loop before walking down by the arch. Hope they didn't get robbed like that Blues prospect. That's from Mario in Charlotte.
Well, that would make sense. That'd be a fun night.
Halsey bangers, be quiet, dork. That's from Connie Lassiter and Greg Bickle.
It's a bad take.
Well, it gets back to the thing where it's like you say you like someone and the person disagrees with you and then they take it so personally. It's like, oh, you're an idiot. It's like, I like what I like. Get out of here.
I will be at the Dome Sunday. I always feel better about where my life is when I scan the crowd. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Some of that.
During the commercial break, I felt a fiduciary obligation to my family and friends to fire a bullet on the Battlehawks to win the UFL championship at plus 225. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know if I put enough money on it because I think it's such a great value play for these Battlehawks to win the UFL championship.
Okay.
This town is a Battlehawks town, and there's going to be a parade down Market or Highway K, but it doesn't matter. There's going to be a parade, and it's going to be wonderful.
You think they would have a parade if they won it all?
I think so.
Highway K.
It wouldn't be on Highway K. Like in O'Fallon? I guess you could.
Wide streets. I've been down there. Wide.
Market Street's pretty much wide open on any weekday now. You can go right down there.
Sure. Maybe start at Highway K and then roll up.
You see the Hooters closed now, too? The one down there by the stadium?
Someone called Biff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just one by one, the businesses are folding up and heading out.
Hey, guys. Just checking to see if Jackie Papers changed my name. That's from the 314. Doesn't look like it.
Oh, well, I can take care of that. Toot sweet. Okay. You're going to need to... Oh, okay, I got stay-at-home Sajay Daddy.
That's his name?
That's what he requested.
All right.
I can make that happen. No problem.
Have you guys ever thought about making a short film? Last night in my dream, you guys did, and it was great. Thanks. That's from Harrison Ford's Tears.
Okay.
You know what I've always thought? Is like a TMA on the stage. It wouldn't be like a TMA Live where we're like broadcasting to the audience. It would just be like you take our studio, put it on a stage, and we do the show like we normally do every single day, and don't acknowledge the fact that we're like live in front of a studio audience. It'd be like
you like this idea?
like
we do a musical,
play.
a TMA musical. Maybe we do it at the Muni.
Well, it would just be like us on a stage. Like we wouldn't do anything different.
Aren't we kind of doing that now here?
Yes, but there's no one like looking at us.
You want people to look at you?
Right. It would be like a live TMA Live, but there would be no interaction with the crowd.
So why would they show up?
See the program.
Just to gaze at us?
Yeah. Greatness at work. It's early.
Sounds like Doug shorten this.
It's early in my thought. I'm preheating the oven, the old thought oven, but we're getting there.
This is pre-revenue.
It's certainly pre-revenue. It might be post revenue.
Guys, it sounds like what you did last week at the golf tournament. That's from Sharon's Ladue Pool Boy.
We did have 2 chairs right in front of the dais that I thought was great. I sat in one.
Would you go to another show and sit there for 4 hours just to watch people?
If it was like a podcast that's not local that like was coming into town.
Is there any show, like if Bill Simmons were doing a show?
They
would
do
you
the
do that?
Rewatchables tour. They'll like go.
Would you go to that?
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that'd be
You
awesome.
just sit there for 3 or 4 hours.
Not 3 or 4 hours. I'm not going to like see Rogan live, but like, a podcast I love that came into town or something. Yeah, I'd go see him live. Sure.
You would.
I think that's going to become more of the future, is podcasts becoming kind of like comedy shows in a way.
Really?
Not like
they did that with Smartless with Jason Bateman, Will Arnett, and
I never know that the third guy's name is.
He was on Will and Grace.
Yeah, I don't know his name.
Darnell Coles?
Seems like a delight. Yeah.
Dumbest effing idea ever, pal. Kind of sounds like an Oculus for a vacation to Florida. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Thanks for listening to QFTA. That's all I have to say to that.
Jackson, when I was saying that I start to get into a dark place with my seasonal anxiety disorder, is that what they call it? SAD?
Could be. Yeah.
Seasonal affective disorder?
Affective is what I think.
Said he was going to get me an Oculus to take me to Florida.
Like a VR machine,
Just put it over your eyes and pretend you're in Florida.
Sit there on your couch, pretend you're at the beach.
Boat
drink
in
in hand.
October, even though the weather is glorious here most of the time, I start to get into a bad place because I start thinking about the upcoming winter. And so Jackson says he's going to mitigate that by getting me an Oculus.
Okay, turn the heat up in your house. Turn all the lights on.
It's called YouTube, you dork. It's from Beer Cats.
I would say, well, I hear where you're coming from. Being on, watching a concert on YouTube is not the same as going to a concert. Now, going and watching our show on YouTube might be similar to this TMA on the stage idea I have.
It's not going to work.
Oh, again, it's preheating the oven here. I'm not committed to this idea.
Okay.
This idea, much like goodorbad.com, is pre-revenue.
Yeah, but I think it's best to work it out on the air.
Okay. All right.
Doug James Carlton is post-revenue.
Big time.
Yeah, and he's online at carltoninsurance.net. He is my insurance agent. And if you go to carltoninsurance.net, you can go and talk it over with the wonderful staff that is in Webster Groves, or you can Google them and see 425 5-star reviews for people raving about their insurance agent. How often does that happen? Well, it happens here because James and his team save people money. It's going to take you, I would say, about 60 seconds to pick up the phone, dial 314-961-4800, and then talk with somebody at James's office. And you're going to, because somebody live in the office is going to pick up the phone. You're going to be able to tell them your situation, and then they're going to go and see how they can save you money. And there's a good chance that they're going to, because people's insurance have been going up year over year, and that's where James comes in and he saves you money. And then you go, oh, why didn't I do this before? Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Take care of the future. Take care of the now. carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm, 314-961-4800. Wayne Gretzky and Biz Nasty discussed the Pink Pony Club on the TNT panel with the Jobu reference. That's what I see coming up here in the Stiefel dossier.
Mm-hmm. The Pink Pony Club is what, a gentleman's club?
Jackson?
It's a song by Chapel Roan, Springfield's own.
Okay.
Yeah, loves Missouri State.
All right. Well, I'm mistaken then.
Go Bears.
Yeah, so we'll have that for you. That's the Stiefel dossier. I adhere to the Stiefel dossier through and through. That's what we've got coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. NBA Finals Game 1 right here on 101 ESPN this evening with the pregame starting at 6:30, tip-off 7:30 for Thunders-Pacers Game 1. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
I don't know what would happen there, but Jackson did not like his update.
Something in my throat. Yeah. Good now.
Okay, good. I don't want you to get hurt. Don't dance. You're dancing back
I was
there.
swaying. I wasn't dancing.
Okay.
Ha, 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 ha. Doug, the theme today, Canadian artists.
Okay.
It's a tribute to Edmonton's win last night, and one of the greatest Oilers of all time was talking Pink Pony Club?
Yeah.
What do we got here? Gretzky and Biz Nasty discuss Pink Pony Club and Jobu?
I believe Oilers are using it. Oilers, one of the two teams playing, are using it as like their good luck charm.
Oh, they stole it from the Blues.
Well, not Jobu. Pink Pony Club. The song by Chuck Run. I'll just play the audio.
Okay.
One of the fans had Dreisaitl's head superimposed on the Pink Pony Club. I don't know how the song came to be. It's kind of like Jobu, where it's maybe
is that right?
Kind of a secret inside the locker room. I don't know how the whole thing sparked and began, but they seem to be rallying around it and enjoying it.
But no one's giving details.
Nobody yet. That's why I was trying to ask a few questions about it.
Pink Pony, is that a band or is that a song?
It's a woman. She sings a song, Pink Pony Club, and it's famous. It's on the radio. And,
Canadian? American?
I think it's an American girl, but all of a sudden it popped off. I believe she won a few Grammys, and now they're rocking it in the locker room. So I'm curious.
Pony.
Pink Pony. It's the new generation, Wayne.
I gotta get that on my ringtone.
Hit the goalpost.
Was that your work right there at the end with the Pink Pony Club?
Yeah.
So we got about a second of Pink Pony Club in Chapel Roan, the pride of Missouri State's Springfield, Missouri.
Okay.
And then it was gone.
Yeah, here.
Hit the goalpost.
I layered it under the hockey sounder.
Man,
Okay.
I mean, how much mixing was that required?
When I do my prep for the show, I look down at the clock and go, wow, I have wasted a lot of time grabbing sounders or BS or putting little jokes in the dossier. It's like I probably should focus more.
And the lyrics on this song, it says, LA is a special place where boys and girls can all be queens every single day.
Yeah.
Yeah, you like that, do you?
It's a good song.
Okay.
I believe, did it win a Grammy? Chapel Roan was winning Grammys left and right.
Did she win Best New Artist, I think?
Doug, did she win Best New
Wouldn't surprise me.
Record of the
Best
Year,
New
maybe.
Artist? Yeah, so Wayne Gretzky and Biz talking Pink Pony Club, and that's become the anthem, but it's a secret in the room.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what they were saying. It's kind of like that's where the Jobu reference, because nobody on the Blues would really acknowledge.
Right, where it came from.
Exactly. God, I'm telling you, Jeremy Rutherford's got this column he just posted on The Athletic about the Blues offseason needs. And I guess I just have to come to terms with this now. He writes, if not for 2 6-on-5 goals against in the final 2 minutes of regulation, letting a 3-1 lead turn into a 4-3 double overtime loss, the Blues would have gone on to the Western Conference semis against the Dallas Stars, and who knows, perhaps another surprise was in store. And it's been a month and a half, and I read that, and it hurts.
Does it?
It does.
Okay.
And I have to tell you, when I say that, I'm not proud of it, but it hurts. I think when I was able to watch the Panthers and Oilers last night, I was able to distance myself from it, but then I read JR's column, and I'm like, and it takes myself back to that moment when the chapstick hit my television, destroying it.
Oh, yeah, she broke your TV, didn't she?
Yeah. And
so
then
it was
the Blues
costly.
lost.
Maybe that's what she can't get over.
That's exactly right.
The price of a TV.
Well, the winnings that I got from the Jets winning is what I put in part on the Battlehawks to win the UFL championship.
Okay.
All we're doing is we're just stacking up the stacks, stacking up the stacks, stacking up the stacks.
That's enough. Well, it hurt so much, I guess, because we had already chalked it up in the win column. We got this. We're up by 2 with, what, minute and a half to go?
2 minutes, minute 50, whatever the hell
We're
it
up by
was.
1 with 3 seconds to go.
And and as JR says, it may be unfair to compare the Blues to Florida and Edmonton, but if Armstrong and GM in waiting, Alexander Steen, want to get back to that level, that's where they have to set their sights. So he gets into what the Blues would have to do in order to get to that level, and it's certainly some work. I think everybody would acknowledge that. Doug, you're going to like this. One of the things that the Blues need to add, according to JR, a 200-foot offensive player. You like that?
200-foot like Bobby Orr? That'd be nice.
In addition to a 200-foot offensive player, they need to look for options on D. It didn't go unnoticed that Armstrong said the Blues' top forward defense was shored up, quote, for now, at his postseason news conference. That foursome features Colton Parayko, Justin Falk, Cam Fowler, and Philip Broberg, who are both entering the final years of their deals. Broberg will be a restricted free agent if unsigned. The Blues will still hold his rights, but the Blues will have to tend to that defensive core at some point. And the model shows that the Blues are lacking legitimate offense from a number one defenseman compared to the teams in the conference finals when looking at not just Edmonton and Florida, but also Dallas and Carolina.
Might be a little easier to follow the Florida model than the Edmonton model, because Edmonton's got two generational type players that you're just not going to find growing on trees. Florida has more balanced scoring from a lot of different guys. I could see you reaching that before I could see you getting to where Edmonton is.
How about this? Guys, I need to admit something. I ordered a victory pizza delivery at 5 minutes left in the Winnipeg game. I would like to take blame for the loss. That's from the stay-at-home Sauget Daddy.
Ooh.
Wow.
Sad pizza you're eating after that.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
And the pizza delivery guy has no idea. He's happy, brings it to the door.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to act like, I bet the tip was probably poor.
Yeah.
It's just a lose-lose situation all the way around.
That's brutal.
They choked. That's from Choke Artist 1.6.
No, they didn't choke. They just didn't make good plays there at the end. That's not choking.
Agreed.
Sharon and Clayton not on board with Chapel Roan and Jackson's song. Song is god-awful. No wonder Canada sucks. That's from the Star, Real Housewives of TMA, which has been greenlit. Sharon in Clayton, and she is interested in working with Michelle Beadle.
She, of course, is not Canadian, Chapel Roan. She is Willard, Missouri, right outside Springfield.
And Michelle Beadle, of course, is born in Italy.
Really?
Yeah, fun facts. No one tell. Yeah.
Where'd she grow up?
Crowdsourcing.
She's not really. What, her parents on vacation or dad in the military? Or she didn't just come right over from Italy recently, did she?
I like and on Wikipedia it doesn't say a city, it just says Italy. It just says born in Italy.
Roanoke, Texas.
Yeah.
How about that?
All right, that makes more sense.
Guys, is there residential housing in Sauget? Thanks. That's from The Big Show, who wants to know about this gentleman who acknowledged that he ordered a victory pizza with 5 minutes left in the Winnipeg game and now believes it was his ordering of the pizza that caused the Blues to lose to the Jets in double overtime.
I believe there is. There's that big Monsanto plant over there. But behind that, east of that, I think there's neighborhoods.
A lot of industry there.
Yeah.
If you're ordering a pizza at like midnight on a weeknight, you have much bigger issues than a hockey game. That's from Mario in Charlotte, who is coming after.
No, I'm gonna defend the Sauget.
You are in support of the victory pizza.
Well,
tonight when the Thunder's up by 25 with 5 minutes left, you're going to make your order.
No, but it was a Sunday night. I remember Game 7 was a Sunday night. Maybe Sunday is his cheat day. That's the day he gets to really let it rip, and he finished it off with a little bit of pizza. But 6 of the other days, he's very clean. That's maybe.
Look at this guy.
Maybe.
He's so positive.
You know, trying to look at it from the other angle.
That's a happy moment, isn't it, when that pizza arrives at your door?
Oh, and it's hot.
That's a really happy moment for you.
That's really great.
Time Sharon is the chicken thigh of TMA listeners. Less texty, more Tybo. Zip the yap gal. He didn't marry you for your personality. That's from Arbor Day.
Oh, gosh. Why would you say things like that?
That's Arbor Day, Doug, who has won Best Texter of the Year at the award ceremony in 2023 and 2024 and is looking to go for the unprecedented three-peat that I think goes to Matt, who bowls at Hanks in 2017 and 2018. Am I right?
I don't know the years, too.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Aesthetic design and build. If you are looking to upgrade your outdoor living space, I would recommend checking out aestheticdesignandbuild.com and their showroom, which is in Chesterfield Valley. I have checked it out. Super impressed with Dan and his team, so much so that I had him in my house. And once you start working with somebody who can customize your outdoor living space, you realize you really are working with the best. The best thing is that they don't take the high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with those gimmicky discounts. They encourage you to go out and do your research. Check with other companies. They're confident that once you compare their work with others, you're going to see that they are the better choice. It's aesthetic design and build. They really specialize in custom work, and they can build a full-on custom deck. They can add on a pergola for you if you're looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They do have answers for it all. It is aesthetic design and build. Online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Well, and now Justin Bieber. Wow.
I'm obviously a Maple Leafs fan. I'm not sure he's going to be too fired up if the Oilers win, but
I feel like Canadians are pulling for Edmonton. That's my read.
Really?
Yeah.
I would think there'd be some sort of country rivalry there, but maybe you set that down. When
I
the stakes
think
are so
if you
high.
had L'Habitant playing, it might be a different deal. I think if you had the Leafs playing, it might be a different deal. I think those are some polarizing franchises, but I think Edmonton's kind of like, little old Edmonton. Little old Edmonton.
Yeah. And I'm not sure they like us that much up there right now anyway.
Right, yeah. They want to get rid of the old drought of the Canadian Stanley Cup thing. That makes sense.
All right, so now you're on board with Biebs.
I hope Justin Bieber is having a great time.
You can email in because we got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up in about 15, 20 minutes here on the program. BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. If you missed it, Spread Zone is up on the 101 ESPN YouTube channel. Jackie Papers called in to give basketball knowledge on the Spread Zone, and I'm tailing this Jackson. He knows Hoop Rock, and therefore I am tailing. He let me know something about the Dorcher Chamber?
The Dorcher Chamber?
Doug, the Dorcher Chamber. You know about the Dorcher Chamber?
Lou Dort, he plays for the Thunder. He's an outstanding defender, and he locks up Tyrese Halliburton every time they play. He locks up a lot of people. But they'll probably pick him up 94 feet, and when Lou Dort's on him, they'll call it the Dorcher Chamber.
So...
Canadian, by the way.
I'm not doing. Thank you. I'm not doing any spoiler alerts for the Spread Zone, which is presented to you by FanDuel with Riz Stalter and myself and Jackie Papers coming in. But Anthony Stalter, one of his plays was a prop bet on Tyrese Halliburton, I think 17.5 or 18.5 points tonight in Game 1 over. And then Jackson came in and told them all about the Dorcher Chamber.
Oh, did he?
I wish I let him know beforehand, but the Dorcher Chamber, I don't think 17.5 is going to happen. Yeah.
So I've got to go bet the under.
On Hallie, yeah.
Do you have a problem with him calling him Hallie there?
I just don't care for it much.
With the Halliburton. Under on Tyrese. I really love the over on Jalen Williams, 5.5 rebounds. Isaiah Hardenstein over 7.5 points.
Time to get these things in here. I'm trying to keep up and diversify my portfolio.
Yeah. OKC minus 9.5 into that.
You like that?
Yep. But the Jalen Williams play with the rebound play. Jalen Williams rebound play, and then Tyrese Halliburton under points. I really love.
Right. Doug, you can get it with this little Jackie Papers.
Okay.
He's got it all for you.
Shout out to FanDuel, man.
I'm going to look out for the Dorcher Chamber.
Yeah. Tyrese Halliburton being held in check. 100 West Dental is Dr. Brandon Pryor's operation. He was sponsoring the 9th hole closest to the pin last week at the Dotem, and Dr. Brandon Pryor is online at 100westdental.com. The location is on Manchester in Baldwin, and Dr. Brandon Pryor says, hey, you don't even have to call us. You just go to 100westdental.com, check the calendar online for availability, and you come on in and you get to see us. Plenty of people say, I don't want to go to the dentist. It's not something I look forward to, and I understand that, but what Dr. Brandon Pryor wants to say in his messaging is the following: dental health impacts the rest of your body's health. So if you have poor dental health, it's going to impact the rest of your body's health. You can't ignore it just because you don't like it. 100westdental.com is where you go. I have been in those offices. It does not look like what you think of when you think of a dentist's office. It is brand new technology and a totally different atmosphere. 100westdental.com. Use my name to get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. And if you're not sure what Invisalign would look on you, they have technology that can show you in advance what it would look like if you were to get the procedure. That's Invisalign. Using my name, you get $1,000 off 100 West Dental online at 100westdental.com. This is TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is a firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. Founded in downtown St. Louis way back when in 1890, same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. I don't know if any other businesses can say that. Not many anyway. Partner with the St. Louis Cardinals. They also partner with the Blues and the Stifel Charity Classic, and they sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support support the city, the people, and our future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up here in a matter of moments on the program. And wow, just fresh off of our conversation, both on the air and during the commercial break, you can see Jackson talking and educating me and Anthony Stalter and Scott Rizzuto, Doug, on the FanDuel spread zone about that torture chamber.
Oh, really?
During the commercial break, I essentially leveraged my children's education by tailing Jackson's bets.
Let them pay for it their own damn self.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I've got a bet on players I couldn't identify if they walked into the studio and how many rebounds they'll have, and that's what I did last night because this guy knows, what is it, you call it hoop rock?
Yeah, hoop rock, that's right. Yeah, feeling confident about it.
Well, and if it doesn't work out, your kids can become general laborers.
Of course, Jackson Burkett loves Canada.
Rodham.
I got no beef with Canada.
That's from Mario.
Never been.
Charlotte.
Never been to Canada.
Where have you been?
Oh, these United States, of course.
Great answer.
Outside the Union, I've been to Mexico.
Okay.
I've been
Jamaica with us.
Jamaica twice.
Sharing a bed with Lisa Ann.
Twice, and then other Caribbean. It might be part of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I'm not sure. It was some island on the cruise. I don't remember.
Okay.
But never been to Europe. Never been to Canada. Obviously, never Asia or Australia or anything like that. So not well traveled, but want to be. Want to go to Europe soon.
Is that where you're going on honeymoon?
I don't know. Europe.
I picked up a towel.
Europe for sure, though. I want to go Italy, France, London.
It seems like Portugal is one of the hot destinations nowadays.
I had a buddy go last year, and he loved it.
Yeah,
so
that's great.
Oatmeal got over there. That was fun for him.
Oatmeal's been all over the world.
The Boston Bruins have announced that they've hired Marco Sturm as their next head coach, Doug. They fired Jim Montgomery as a way to cover up their front office failures. Blues said, thank you very much. How do you do? And then the Bruins went on their way without Jim Montgomery to finish in last. And then Brad Marchand's going to get the Conn Smythe at plus 8,000.
He's their third coach since November.
Yeah, how about that?
Well, that's a lot of skippers.
Well, the fans there felt like old Hopalong Butch Cassidy got thrown under the bus. Then he went and hoisted a chalice in Vegas, and the front office has been untouchable. I get the sense, if I'm drawing parallels, Boston Bruins fans, St. Louis Cardinal fans. Fans angry that...
Used to long-term success, and as soon as it doesn't happen, you blame the coach. The easiest one to fire.
That's right.
Maybe the New York Knicks got a taste of that this year, too.
Yeah, true that.
Jackson, you hear anything on who's going to be the coach?
Yeah, I'm seeing some of the... I saw some Jason Kidd stuff, but obviously he's with Dallas. Yeah, I was saying I didn't see much on Michael Malone, who was my play. But like Doug said yesterday, I don't think you make this move unless you kind of know who you're going to be going with. But you never know. I mean, the NBA fires coaches so much. It's getting college football territory. It might actually be worse. Might be worse than NBA than college football.
If your team is that good and close to winning a championship, you don't fire a head coach without knowing who you're going to replace him with.
You would think.
You don't just say, I wonder if anyone's out there.
Yeah.
You wouldn't do that.
That seems silly.
Good morning. If you would like to travel internationally, perhaps it's best to look at other industries other than radio. Thanks. That's Mario in Chicago.
It's fair.
Oh.
It's very fair. It's very fair.
So are you looking at other industries?
No.
Like the travel industry?
Sorry we all weren't blessed with the looks and voice of an angel, Doug. Sincerely, all general laborers represented by All Green AI.
Well, that's just what you can do if you don't go to school. You can get a job as a laborer.
I can't tell if that's All Green AI. All Green AI or Al Green AI?
Well, the first word is all, the second word is green, and then the last word is either Al or AI.
All Green Al. That's
kind of like Grape Ape Auto Detailing.
That's going to put me in a
That's what shows up a lot now. If you Google a question, kind of question on Google,
it's AI.
Yeah, pops right up.
Yeah, it's their AI.
All right, got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals are playing 2 today after the rain out last night. First pitch at 12:45 for the first game with Miles Michaelis on the mound for the Cardinals. Game 2 will be at 6:45 against the Royals, and that's where Matthew Liberatore will toe the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA 101 ESPN. BK and Ferrario coming up here in 8 minutes. It's time now for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Doug, our standing so far, 3 emails into the month of June. Email of the Day, AI has a win. Goodorbad.com Street Team has a win. And Beef Mayo.
Okay.
All have wins. I'm calling my shot like Babe Ruth during Game 3 of the 1932 World Series. Doug, I will win you over by saying you're handsome, but I will make no advances on your tushy booth. Tim, you're the most amazing man I don't know, but occasionally will fondle myself to. Take that, Bob Newhart. Jackson, no one, and I mean no one, can break down a power play like you.
Thank you.
I show that power play breakdown you did during the balloon party to my under-10 select hockey team every practice. Now, we haven't scored yet, but we do believe in it.
Yeah.
KG, what can I say? I love you, man. You're my idol. You get to sit in the same room as Tim every day. Hashtag blessed. June 2025 will be known as the month of PP. I appreciate your vote. Peace and love. Shout out to the YouTube familia. That's from Don PP.
Don PP. Does he spell it P-E-E-P-E or just P-P?
P-E-E-P-E.
Okay.
Is that the proper?
It's traditional spelling.
This summer at Busch Stadium, it's not about home runs. It's not about nachos. It's about pure backwoods adrenaline. Introducing the new 2nd and 8th inning tradition that's sweeping the outfield. Release the Hoosier. 5 real-life Hoosiers straight from the woods, the junkyard, and probably a bail-bound office take the field after the 2nd inning. One's shirtless, one's barefoot, one's got a court date tomorrow, and you pick which one gets released. Then, boom, the track door opens, and out he comes, the Hoosier, screaming about Bo Hart with dip spit dripping down his beard, shirtless in jeans, running for his life. He's got 60 seconds to evade 6 ushers. If he survives, he wins Cardinal tickets. The respect to the fans in the 400 section and a second round in the 8th inning. This time with 2 off-duty cops and 6 more innings of cold Bud Heavy sloshing around in his belly and coursing through his veins. If he is caught, he is released back into the wild of Jeffco with nothing. But what happens if he wins? Come out to the old ball yard and find out. Release the Hoosier, brought to you by Emo's Pizza. Don't you have a problem with Emo's being spelled E-M-O?
Yes, that's not right.
Marlboro Reds and Monster Energy's boldest new flavor, possum venom? That's a new flavor?
Well, possums are not venomous.
You can't predict baseball, but you can release the Hoosier. That's from Gangster Lederhosen.
Gangster Lederhosen. He's new.
Straight from the woods.
He's going to get released back to Union? Did I hear that?
That's what he says. Guys, I was talking to my wife last night about Tim, and we went through the reasons we're both grateful for him. I encourage other listeners to do the same. Thanks. It's from Mr. Licks.
Horrible email.
Yeah, that's probably the leader, though, right
Horrible email.
Morning, boys. Another rock-solid show today, showcasing all the wonderful dolts who listen to this show. I especially enjoyed the live kidnapping around 8:30 a.m. today, but I digress. This email is my application to be the food and beverage director of the Real Housewives of TMA. Along with my 20-plus years in the industry, I'm known in certain circles as a social chameleon that can blend in with the riches, the poors, the fats, the jocks, the nerds, and the bleach drinkers all alike. Also, if Doug needs a destination location for open calling, I have a nice little private beach on the mighty Mississippi down from the Heiser House where the stars can bask in the sun as a drunk barge worker gawks from afar. My only payment would be 3 high fives from Tim, a 1-versus-1 game against Jackson, a pat on the backside from Doug, and 2 guest spots on TKO, breaking down the most recent Disc Golf Pro Tour tournament. Let me know. God bless America and God bless Tim. That's from the Heiser House Hooligan.
Heiser House Hooligan.
And finally, after a rough start to the week with Tamu Roger Ebert arguing with the listeners over his trashing a movie he hasn't seen based on the number of cameos in the trailer, a wrestling reporter who was more focused on knocking out an episode of Storage Wars than he was was on ranking countries. Soccer coverage that ignored the play on the field and instead focused on whether or not the stadium security makes you drop trow if you enter the game wearing a ball stretcher. Today, the show finally got its groove back. Congrats on getting the green light for the Real Housewives of TMA. In the long tradition of soliciting female listeners to self-promote for little to no compensation outside of hashtag exposure, including the Girls Next Door, Foot Fetish Friday, the Lisa Ann Dating Game, St. Louis's Most Beautiful People, and the Entertainment Reporter auditions that lasted nearly a year, only for the eventual winner to get poached after a few weeks by a hot dog stand. I can't wait to see how this one will go off the rails, with one of the lasses inevitably having a meltdown and screaming, "Nobody wants to have sex with me now!"
Oh.
Years ago, an older listener used to call in and solicit the members of this show to participate in Gay for Pay. We called them Spready and didn't think it could possibly get any creepier. That is an until 2025 TMA Worst Caller of the Year lock Dan Jansen.
Wow.
Called back in to awkwardly quadruple down on his invitation to hang out with two younger men who don't know him. Nice work keeping him on the line long enough for the FBI to trace the call. Put the effing lotion in the basket. That's some Buck Swope DBA, the recess lady's breast. And Doug, that is what we have.
Buck Swope.
For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the question left for you to answer is what you got.
A Buck Swope brought it pretty strong, but I have to go with the Gangster Lederhosen. For
Buck
laying
Swope
out
was-
to release the Hoosier Initiative.
Yeah, Swope was good, but I thought Mr. Licks brought up some good.
No, he was terrible.
I agree with you on that.
Terrible.
I like Swope.
Wow, I have to tell you, I'm put to the test.
It's a tough call. Lederhosen was great.
Really put to the test. The one that made me laugh the hardest was Buck Swope. I have to go with Buck Swope.
Lucas.
I have to do it. I can't sacrifice the integrity of a competition that is considered to be full of integrity.
I don't know.
Damn right, Tim.
Thank you. Congratulations to Buck Swope. You have won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. There was some wonderful, and I agree with Chairman Kurt. I mean, Mr. Wicks.
No,
I think I'm going to do that tonight, actually. I'm not married, but I'm just going to roll over and just
talk to your son, your dog.
Yeah.
What in the world?
Hey, buddy, don't you just love Tim?
Oh.
That's exactly right. It's the right thing to do. I'm going to talk with my wife about it tonight, too, before the sleeping pills hit me.
Right.
BK and Ferrari are coming up next. If you missed the Spread Zone, that's up on the 101 ESPN YouTube channel. Plus, Hi-Ho Silver, I'm on my Sibian, is also up on the TMA STL podcast feed. That's 2 hours of questions from the audience. You can always send any questions or hate mail to me, McKernan at InsideSTL.com. And if you want to be on the Real Housewives of TMA, email in your video the morning after at InsideSTL.com. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.